That'd be so wrong.
Hello, and welcome everybody to another episode of TOPT. My name is Seb, and Larry, and this is that one, the TOPT, where we talk One Piece and anime. How's it going, everybody? As y'all can see, our fearless host, Larry, is running a little late.
Bruh.
No, he's not ducking the Zoro over Loki smoke. He will atone for his crimes against humanity. That will happen. That will for sure happen at some point in today. But Larry's running a little late, so he asked me to start us off. But I hope y'all doing good. Twins, how y'all feeling, man? It was a dope weekend for me. I don't know about y'all.
Yeah, it was pretty alright. It's pretty good.
Pretty good? Pretty good?
Yeah, it's alright. Yeah, I don't really have any highlights from the week, really, for me. It's just same old.
Lawrence was off the grid, man. I got a call from one of Lawrence's friends. They thought he died. It was crazy, bro. It was insane. I got a call. I got text messages. They were like, "Where's Lawrence?" And I was like, "When's the last time you heard from him?" Like, was it over 48 hours? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. But then I thought back. I called Lawrence, and he never called me back. So I was like, did something happen to Lawrence? Clearly, Lawrence is good. So
I had my phone on airplane mode and do not disturb. So, sorry, I was missing what we.
Lawrence was out here being freak nasty, man. That's what it was.
What?
Lawrence was MIA.
I was actually trying to work.
Ducking responsibilities.
I was actually trying to work on something, honestly. And I didn't want any distractions.
But yeah, everybody, please like the stream if you haven't already. It does help with the YouTube algorithm. Just a programming note. Obviously, we're live today. We're actually going to be doing a 4-hour stream today. So we will be live through 10 o'clock, which is pretty awesome. This chapter was action-packed, so a lot to discuss. Tomorrow, we will be having our call-in stream. Yes, at 5:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then Wednesday, we will be having the return of the DDT. So, yeah, it should be an exciting DDT. We're going to be incorporating gauntlets. So I have to figure out exactly how I'm going to structure that system with voting and everything. You good?
I was like, what am I hearing?
I'm screwing my mic off, bro. My bad.
But yeah, tune in for the DDT. Tune in for the call-in streams. If you guys want to participate in those things, you will have to be a tiered member in the Discord. Ping one of the mods if you need information on that. But it's a lot of fun. Looking forward to discussing with you guys. And again, it's going to be gauntlets, a new thing for the DDT. But Larry is here, so I'll let him.
It's back together. So what have you told them?
Not much. I said that you will atone for your sins later. I said, I'm kidding. I said, that we have a 4-hour stream today.
Oh, nice. I was gonna say that.
Yeah. I told them.
I said Mike. My Marv is good. Marv, is my mic good? Okay, good. That was crazy. What up, everybody? How you doing? I'm so sorry I'm late. I forgot to get my mic, and I had to go all the way back home and get it.
You serious?
And I was in Garfield already.
That's crazy.
Dang.
I keep saying where the studio's at, but there's no surprise. Anyway, what's up, y'all? Thank you so much, Sebastian, for letting people know and handling this. What's up, Lionel? Lionel's here before I am. I guess I'm the bad CPI.
Caught you napping.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm so excited for this 4-hour podcast. You guys have no idea. I have something really, nice to say at the very end of it. So I'm super excited. I really want to get the twins' take because I did make it pretty dope. In reference to something else regarding the chapter, obviously, and what the title says. So, did we do what's up to live chat? And
No,
all right. So we're gonna get in. Oh wait, if you haven't liked the video yet, please like the video. The time that all of you guys ended up liking the video and got us to 2,000 likes, our live that day went to 36,000 people who saw the episode on YouTube. So
Awesome.
when I say that liking the video does a lot, it supports so much. So thank you for all of the super chats as well. We appreciate those. Remember, you don't have to send them, but if you do, just know we appreciate you. And we're going to read them in due time. It's just we're a podcast and there's 4 of us, okay? So please understand that before anything. Hello to Spotify, Facebook, and Apple Podcasts as well. We love you all. We're going to do a couple super chats. We're going to say what's up to chat. And then we're going to dive right into the chapter, okay? And it's a 4-hour podcast today, so we'll be ending at 10 p.m. Eastern time, all right? Other than that, Seb, take it away.
All right. What's going on, everybody? Like Larry said, please like the stream. It does help with the YouTube algorithm. I see a bunch of people in here already. I see Fooly Cooley. How's that the first name I'm seeing, man? Lace Up. I see Davey D. Oaks. I see Rythix. I think that Riley Thix. Really Thix? I don't know. I think it's Really Thix. Fallen Shinobi. Christopher M. Lace Up. Mr. Prince. Mugiwara J. I think it's Ja. Vandy Auger, Nightmare Dreamins, Roy Boy Stokes, The Hunt, NYC Anime Nerd, Zehaha Blackbeard, ODB AMS. Just so many of y'all. Please hit that like button. It does help with the YouTube algorithm. I'll try to be quick with some of these super chats because we got to get a lot to get to today. We have $20 from Sick Gamer. It says, I have a theory that the One Piece is the ancient power, but there's a certain key to unlock it to use it. And Joy Boy forced it open, which led to them gaining power and is why Joy Boy apologized for Imu's actions. Oh, okay. That would be pretty cool.
What was the last part? Why did he apologize?
Because he forced the lock of the power system open and it like changed the world or whatever. We'll see. Another 6 months at Nakama status from C2X's. It says Shanks still has a covenant. Hashtag CGI twins. Hashtag Seb the dealer. Hashtag laughing emojis.
You smell like that?
Like what?
I don't know. You put something on?
Like my lotion?
I don't know. You got something new on?
What's it smell like?
I don't know. You smell good. Yo,
What's that, Burberry?
Yo, bro, what you got on, bro?
Deodorant.
I don't know. Somebody smell good, bro.
Yeah, it might be me. Is Lionel?
I think it's Lionel, yeah.
Yeah.
He moved into a new spot. He ain't doing laundry himself no more. He got the neighbors doing it.
Okay. These are the neighbors.
I don't know. Somebody's smelling good, bro. I didn't make sure.
That reminded me of, real quick. So I used to always say, like, how they use, like, cologne. You got any smell goods on you? You got any smell goods on you?
That's what Burrow says, man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because Miguel says the same thing. That's weird.
In regards to the question, I want to say no. I think it's poetic that Luffy was the first person to free Shanks from his like covenant contracts. Like the first person he freed was Shanks. I think that's cool. But yeah, when he lost his arm, I'm assuming the covenant is gone.
Yeah,
I think so too.
Agreed.
Yeah. Another 5 from Franco Cervantes. I love that Luffy kind of started power scaling Imu by needing more food. We'll get into it. Another 18 months at Nakama status from Figureland Shampoo. This chapter was straight peak and hype for next week. Yeah, me too. Another 10 gifted memberships from Project Iceman, and then Ice followed that up with a 36-month membership to Yonko. It says, so you remember a few weeks ago when you wondered why York couldn't make that food replicator that was on Punk Hazard? I wonder if the schematics was with Vegapunk's brain and she has no access to it. Maybe. It's possible. I don't know. It's Oda play fast and loose with what York knows and what York don't know, man. I'll be honest with you. But yeah, throw the Nakama fist up for Project Ice. Another 10 from Creative Broccoli. How do you guys think Katarina Devon will use Saint Saturn's appearance? The only people I can think that would recognize him now know he's dead. Thoughts? Love the stream. We've talked about this in the past a little bit. I do think you would still probably have access to control over the Seraphim. I don't know that they would have made that change immediately, like with the programming for the Seraphim. So that could be one way. Also, lower level people wouldn't know. So if you want like regular access to like Mary Joie, Saturn's appearance should still give you some access. But like, I don't know. Nobody at the higher ups would really care. Like they would be like, wait, what's going on? So there's still people that can be used on, but
Yeah,
I don't
I'll
know.
go with that.
Did we bring up the possibility of the ability going to his memories? Did we talk about that or no?
We theorized it
With
at
pudding.
some point, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I thought it would be crazy if she goes into Saturn's memories that with her ability that she knows that Saturn did pass. Like that was his last memory and she was able to see it. That Imu was the one who took his life.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's going to factor in or not. I don't know. That's too crazy because she touched him, but I don't know if that's going to be too too much.
I think that's also getting the reoccurring memories.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy. Like, so whatever you're experiencing, since I touched you, I get the recollection of that, even though I touched you already. Not understand, like, past stuff already. Like, you already have it. But if you're going through it right now, you get to see it too. That's crazy. Like, that's what you're kind of adding there, Lionel.
She'll be like, whoa.
Okay.
You got a mean addiction to baddie mode. What is this?
Sword Hub, man. Anyway.
What are these?
Let me know you want me to stop, bro.
What are these VR chats you be in?
Okay. Number 5, from Larry's biggest hater. It says, on today's episode of Will Larry admit he's wrong or move the goalpost? Hashtag Loki over Zoro. Hashtag Seb always right. We'll see, man. I don't know what Larry's going to say. We'll see.
I love how they always big up Seb's W's, but they never downplay his L's.
They don't.
Ever.
They don't.
And it's not like he has a winning record, and I'm not going to say he has a losing record.
so few
But, like, the
and far
point
between.
is, when you celebrate his W's, you don't celebrate his L's either. All right? But I understand. It's okay.
No, I think it's part of the reason why
Why?
is I think a lot of his L's is they share them. So they try to back it like, nah, it's not. He's not wrong because
Lawrence is funny, so he said the chat is an L. So of course they gonna agree.
The truth is, the L's are so few and far between. You know what I'm saying? You know? Anyway, we got another.
Let's stop at 2 minutes.
Okay. Another 10 gifted memberships from Davey D. Oak. So thank you so much. Throw the knock 'em fist up for our guy Davey in the chat.
Yes, thank you.
Also, we
David.
have a bunch of new emojis, so use those as well if you guys would
Yeah,
like.
we got the 4 new ones.
Another 5 from Wise Life Gaming. What up, Nikas? With a salute. Excited to hear your thoughts on this fight. Oda cooking with a fire emoji. Larry had made some good points on Loki's hockey yesterday.
Yeah.
I know how you do. I like how you do business.
I like how you do business.
I didn't get a chance to see Larry's live reaction. I
Yeah.
try to save. I think each of us try to save our thoughts on things until we get here. Unless we get really excited and call about a theory or something that we need help crafting. I know I'd be doing that sometimes. But yeah, I don't know what you might have said about the hockey. I don't know if you probably want to leave it for later.
I'll leave it for later.
Okay.
I feel like it's most necessary for that.
Okay.
Also, thank you for joining the live reactions for Sunday. And also to everybody that's been peeping out my videos for my anime watching reactions. Yo, most positive news I've ever had on the internet, bro. Yeah, people are loving it. So thank you so
awesome.
much for rocking with it.
Yeah, and Larry started slime, y'all.
I did.
Alright,
I gotta
so-
get to episode 3.
So for all y'all that keep pinging us, man, Larry did it. Another 29 months at
Last
Nakama
one.
status from Goatman Tees. It says still smoking on that Seb pack. Hashtag Hey Marv. Hashtag Color People Time.
Crazy.
TOPT.
People of color.
It's crazy that they voted me out on Survivor while I was streaming.
Oh,
That's violation. I was on my call-in stream last week. They had a vote and they voted me out. I couldn't defend myself, man. It's nasty work from y'all. Nasty work from Chris specifically. And I had immunity. Chris should have auto-played my immunity tablet, whatever. But it is what it is.
Yeah, it's okay, man.
It's not okay. That's grimy. And I feel a way about it.
All right. Are you guys ready to get into the chapter? Yeah? All right, guys, let's get it. If you haven't liked the video yet, please like the video. And if you haven't hit that hype button yet, please hit the hype button. I want to get this video as well to 2,000 likes, so thank you so much. All right, to get into the chapter, we will start with the reader request. And this week's chapter is titled God and Devil. We also got a reader request from Michi Nakahara, who asked Oda to draw Carrot singing while walking across a line of pond sharks in the sea. And Oda delivered exactly that. In the illustration, Carrot is making her way across the ocean on top of these pan sharks after leaving an island where she picked up some carrots to eat. She's wearing her dukedom crown along with a stylish jacket that has Queen written on the sleeve. There's even a sign in the ocean pointing back toward where she came from, either Ninjin Park or Zoe. And it looks like she's heading back to Zoe. So, let's start with Law this week. What are your thoughts about this reader request, bro?
I don't really have anything. I just thought of like she's because I guess she was reluctant at the beginning, but I guess she fully embraced. I know it's a reader request, but embraced the throne because she's queen now of Zoe, and it's like she's standing around because she has not only you wearing the crown, you have a coat that says queen on it.
Yeah.
So you stunting your newfound royalty or queenly status. But besides from that, that made me laugh. But like I had nothing.
All right. Seb?
Yeah, I didn't have much. It's always good to see Carrot. She was one of my favorite characters from the Whole Cake Island arc. So, and Zoe, just in general. So I always like Carrot. I was a big advocate for Carrot for next Nakama. I wanted her to be the lookout on the ship. It looks like that's not happening, so it is what it is. That's a Seb L. You know, they do happen.
You don't got to point yours out.
Nah, I'm letting them know. I'm letting them know it happens.
It's not needed, bro.
It happens. You know?
And you're not the only one. I'm surprised I was wrong about this. I definitely thought she was joining the crew.
Yeah. But in regards to the reader request, I agree with Lawrence. Like, it's cool that she's like embracing her queen status. I was wondering what this kingdom really is, or if it has any relevance to like the main story. But I don't know. Ninjin Park, I mean ninjas. So
yeah,
that's really all I had.
All right, Lionel.
I don't have anything much either as well. I thought the same thing. Like, I wonder, like, even though it's a reader request, how much is this actually part of the One Piece world? Like, there's a Carrot Island, which, like, never knew existed, but then again, it's One Piece. You never know. Like, there's even a carrot on a cloud. Like, you see it right there. I'm like, I don't know, but like, it's just funny that she would go there because she's a rabbit. Ninjin Park, I thought of like, it's funny, that's right next to Zoe. I thought of Raizo. Is that the land of ninjas? Like, have they had the land of samurai kind of? Mm-hmm. Is it like, I don't know. Like, I just wonder, is this real or not? But I just thought too, like, seeing Carrot is dope as well. But I also thought there's still a possibility that she still might join the crew. I know it's like, all right, bro, like, come on. It's not mostly going to happen. But hey, I did say, remember, Sebastian, I said Jimmy was joining the crew. Look at all the way to, that was at Fishman Island. No, not Fishman Island, sorry. I said Jimmy was joining the crew really at Empo down to Marineford War. I had to wait till Wano. Wano, like, I don't know how many years is that for him to actually join the crew. Yeah. So I'm not saying Carrot's joining, but there's a possibility. So, but don't hold your breath.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Lionel at first. I didn't notice that the island was a carrot-themed island. When I did see it, I was like, oh. And I was a little confused about, like, the multi-sign that was sticking out of the ocean because it does say Ninjin Park, and then there's something pointing at the kingdom, and you can't really see what that says. But Ninjin Park, I'm going to be honest, Lionel, Ninjin in Japanese just means carrot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's Carrot Park.
Oh, okay. So that's...
Yeah.
Oh, so the whole time I thought the one pointing to that might have been the carrot. So Ninja Park might have been the one island she went to.
Right.
So we don't know the other island.
Right.
Wow.
That's why I'm saying, like, there's probably another island she didn't go to that she missed out, or the pointing is just in a different direction. I don't know.
That's funny.
It could be either or. So I'm just going to assume, like, the island she's coming from is Ninjin Park, which is Carrot Park.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Also, when I read Ninjin, I did think of Raizo, and that's why I had to look it up. But it also made me realize there's somebody else in the show named Ninjin.
Yeah.
That you remember who it is?
Yeah, I looked it up. That little guy in Usopp's village?
He's one of the Usopp, former Usopp pirates. He's the guy with the orange hat. Yeah, with the crossbones on top.
I saw that too.
His name is Ninjin?
His name is Ninjin, and that's why he has an orange hat.
I can't.
So I completely forgot about that.
I did too when I saw that. Because I wanted to look, is there anything I looked at? I see him. I'm like, what? Like, all right, whatever. I just ignored it. But yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, that's but I completely agree. You know, we've all had that sentiment about Carrot joining the Straw Hats. She would fit perfectly on the crow's nest. Also, one of my favorite parts about Zo was the Garchu aspect of like their humor and the way their culture is. And I just thought it would be really nice to have a furry on the crew with also a third female. I feel like having 2 females on the crew with like 7, 8 other guys is a little outmatched number-wise, but it would have just been nice for me. And that's also partially why I wanted Yamato on the crew, besides her like being really strong. I was like, she's a third chick on the crew, so it's going to be nice to have her on it. But Sebastian would have hated that. Outside of that, I really love Carrot's outfit. I think she looks super dope. I think if they had a One Piece fighters game, she would be in it, and that should be like her alternate costume to fight with. Mm-hmm. I love that costume, bro. I really do. I still hate that she's like the ruler of Mokomo Dukedom, but it is what it is. It's just hard though. Like her outfit is legitimately hard to me. Like it looks dope. So that's all I really had to say. But let's read 3 super chats, and then we'll go back into the chapter, the first part. Also, guys, please like the video if you haven't. We're trying to get to 2,000 likes.
All right. Another 13 months and Nakama status from Nimbus Jujubee. It says, how do you think the immortal surgery works?
Person got to sacrifice their life, right? Like, that's the one thing that we do know has to happen.
I kind of also believe you might have to awaken the ability to use it. Unless that's just, like, probably a no-brainer.
I feel like, that's...
Like, you shouldn't have instant access to that.
Yeah.
Like, you eat the ability and you can instantly just give somebody immortal life.
There
like,
can
that's crazy.
be an argument that, Law knew about it before he awakened, though.
That doesn't mean... It's like... Hold on. That doesn't mean... Well...
Who told him? How did he learn this info?
Law's a learned man. He might have read it in a book somewhere.
It's a possibility.
But
so there's
speak to that reason.
So there's a book that
there's a
says...
devil fruit encyclopedia.
No, there's a book... I know
Doflamingo knows about it. He never ate the fruit.
You gotta put it to... He probably learned it from Doflamingo.
Right.
That's true.
That makes
right. But to have that in a book...
No, he didn't.
That's crazy, bro.
Why is it crazy?
Hey, just so you know, this heart-shaped dough fruit gives you immortality.
Hold on. What's beyond the veil about
it? Actually, no. It's a possibility he learned from... Remember, because Law wasn't supposed to eat the fruit. It was Corazon was supposed to eat it. Doflamingo never knew that Corazon had fruit the whole time.
Yeah, but I'm saying, did Doflamingo have active conversations about this fruit? Like, when Doflamingo got in contact with Corazon about the fruit, it was, hey, the fruit is available. I'm going after it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It wasn't like, oh, this is something I just talk about openly all the time while Law's around. Like, it might have been, I don't know. But it wasn't a focal point of his life day to day until it became a thing. I mean, I could be tripping.
I think the most logical answer is that Doflamingo learned it from being in Marijoa.
Okay.
And then he told his brother about it, who was younger than him, and he was going to have his brother eat it so he could get the immortality. But then his brother told Law.
Yeah.
I think that's how it worked.
Mm-hmm.
To have it in a book, though, is insane.
I feel like we see all the interactions that we have between Law and Corazon, and that was not one of them.
They were out at sea for like 2 weeks by
but what
themselves.
I'm saying is Corazon like, yo, man, this fruit that Doflamingo wants, man, it can grant immortal life. Like, we hear about the fruit, and he immediately goes, oh, that fruit can save your life, Law. He's not focused on the immortal life thing.
They bring that up.
Does he?
Like, yeah, I think so.
Because
remember, I think Corazon told, like, Doflamingo wants me to eat the fruit. Like, Corazon knew that the Doflamingo's plan was for him to sacrifice his life. Mm-hmm. Like, Corazon, he was knowledgeable about that.
There's also, too, because we kind of played with this topic a little bit, because we kind of question certain things. It could be that the fruit gave him the knowledge. That was
what Larry said originally, I think.
Because, remember, the reason why, I'm not saying full on, I know we played with before, because like certain things were like, for example,
people just know how to do things after they eat the fruit.
And they just know about their abilities somehow.
1,000%.
And how Luffy just naming Dawn for no reason and saying stuff, it's like, where was this before? You know?
I just feel like this is like a life-ending technique. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I saw Ichigo go through what he had to go through in order to get the final Getsuga Tensho.
Why do I know that?
Listen, man, you got ball knowledge, bro. But like after that, like it was over, bro. But he had to like obtain that knowledge. Like You can't just be rewarded that information off of just eating the fruit from Rip.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah. But even off the concept of thinking of you sacrificing your life, because like you start thinking of the properties, because like we already know that law could like change personalities or take out somebody's heart. Like, what do you have to do ability wise that you're sacrificing your life and giving that person another life? Like, is it like you're doing awakening, but like the Shock Willie thing, but over your whole body, but it's like inward your soul and life energy? Like, to me, it's like I get law's ability to do that, but you start thinking like the person asked, start thinking of it, how?
They come into them.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
My question about it is like, it's called the Opie fruit and it's supposed to be operation. Is there like the immortality surgery, right? So in terms of how it works, there has to be a surgery performed. Is it modeled after some actual like open heart surgery or something that's being done? Like, I don't know what that looks like.
You know what it made me think of? Because with law's ability, right? Like you said, the surgery. Have you noticed you're either able to remove, add, or attach things together with ability, right? It's gonna sound crazy. What if he's like through the surgery, he's removing death from the person?
Like
because Vegapunk said there's a soul. Kuma.
So I want to know if since Kuma's able to repel, I wonder if you're able to do the same thing
is
with
he
Kuma's fruit.
permanently attaching that soul then to a person? Like how is it? I don't know.
Y'all spitting right now, dog. I didn't think about that.
We got another 18 months.
No.
Oh, you got more?
That was too long.
Oh, my bad.
That was crazy, bro.
Yo, let me read this just because.
Yeah, go
it's
ahead.
Yeah,
I got you.
What do you call it? They disappear.
Yeah.
Easier. And I can't find them. From TOPT Throw, another 18 months at Knockman status. It says
Thank
these
you.
weekly pods make work easier. Hashtag BBC. Hashtag Larry Tax. Thank you, man.
Brother. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything we can do to help.
Yes, guys, we're going to get into the first part of the chapter now. So let's get into it. Please like the video for those 2,000 likes we're looking for. All right. The chapter opens with a flashback at Oris Castle. King Harold is on his back, speaking to Loki. That makes me the worst king in the history of Elbaf. So you must take my life and take the throne, Loki. We cut back to the present. Loki tells Imu that his father only lived to 144 years old, even though giants can naturally live to double that, meaning his time wasn't up. In Loki's eyes, Imu is the one who manipulated everything and ultimately murdered King Harold. Imu responds coldly, saying that the one who suffered most from that outcome was Mu. Loki doesn't respond right away. Instead, he imbues Ragnir with Conqueror's Haki and pulls it back as the sky above begins to crackle with lightning. Then he finally speaks. Tell me. Imu looks up at him, completely unfazed. Loki flashes back to his father's final words. Once I'm dead, my reputation means nothing to me. All that matters is Elbaf's future. Isn't that right? A reminder of the suffering and sacrifice Harold endured. Loki snaps back to the present and finishes his question. What the hell did you do to my old man? At that moment, a bolt of lightning crashes down onto Ragnir. Ratatasker accepts it willingly. We then hear, Ragna! Izuchi! He brings Ragnir down toward Imu. Imu doesn't move. He watches the attack without a hint of concern, calmly preparing his omen flames. In the next instant, their attacks collide, and Haki erupts across the entire island. The shockwave sends Bonnie flying with Lilith rushing after her, while Jinbei and Nami shield themselves from the impact. Loki readies another strike, clearly shaken. He can't believe Imu blocked his attack. He demands to know what those black flames are. What kind of power is Imu using? Imu forms the Omen hand sign and declares, Omen is my military might. As he speaks, his arm begins to grow, expanding in size. Loki is stunned. Imu is becoming a giant, nearly matching his own scale. Imu then channels his black flames into the back of his blade, explaining that his power is something that lurks within all things. The two clash again, but this time Imu flips over Loki mid-exchange. Loki barely keeps up, shocked by Imu's speed. Imu focuses the black flames once more and declares, Blade of Judgment, Nemesis. The back of his blade transforms into an actual sword, and in a single motion, it pierces straight through Loki's chest. Ragnar slips from Loki's grasp as he falls backwards. So, starting with Lionel, what are your thoughts on the opening stretch of this chapter, bro?
We finally got, I don't know if it got clarified already that Harold was 1,400 years old when he passed.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. So, like, and again, you probably did the same thing. I'm like, okay, I started comparing it to human years, but I didn't go all the way to 44. I just went to, like, the time when he mostly met Rocks, and during that setting, like, meeting at Marriage and onwards. So, like, because I started, Harold being 45, being 15, and you just add, like, 5 years to each of them, like, 45, 50, whatever, you get 20, 25, 30, whatever. So when he was at 95, around the time I'm assuming that he met going to looks, because it was kind of difficult, but going off the facial expression, now I'm not talking Mayor Joe, but when Roxy meets Harold at Elbaf, when he wants to see him, when he hit Loki, whatever, Harold's around 65 years old, human years. He was 95, but he'll be 65 human years. But it's actually hard to gauge and put comparison to humans to giants, because it's just like, regardless of it, he's still going to just be older than all of them anyway. But I just thought it was nice, but I just always want to compare giants to human years and just get a reference to how old he was during that time. But I thought just getting that clarification that he was 144, and it's just like, there's a big difference, because we see what's Ja Rule and them, how old they are, like 300 something, and they look old now. Yeah. So just going off that concept, but now also saying that the Giants' lives, like, that's the cap. 300 or more is where they actually start passing. So, like, again, I'm not going to do the math compared to human, because that's just crazy. But it was nice knowing that, and I'm kind of knowing that we get Harold's age, which is dope. I'm glad, but we still didn't get Rox's age. So I'm just like, right. So I'm just like, all right, but like, whatever. Again,
we're not meant to know.
We'll find out eventually.
There's a race.
But I'm just like, and I just thought it was just, again, adding to Imu's, like, tyranny and wickedness is like, he's clearly talking about sad about his father or whatever, and just like, you thought you're hurt. I'm set back. Just like, bro, that's his father.
It's my dad. My dad.
You know what I'm saying?
But he's my servant.
Just like, bro. Like, just, and he's like, just like, it was so like,
Emu's like that manager that all he cares about is work. Yeah. It's like, my dad, all right, but why aren't you at work?
That Saturday
scheduled
needs to be covered.
Today. You didn't tell us.
He's like, you're still coming in, right?
A week in advance.
You used all your bereavement days last week or a couple months back when your aunt
it's just crazy.
When your mom or whatever.
What was that thing where it's like, well, you going to the funeral is not going to bring them back now? Like, that was in something.
Like, that's crazy. I can't. So that you said that. I'm not gonna lie though. It's weird. I don't know if everybody saw it and noticed it before, but it hit me more now. Doesn't Harold a little bit look like Dr. Egghead from Sonic? I saw him just like, why does some see?
He kind of does.
They have like the same mustache.
Why am I seeing it more now? Like, I don't know. Like,
it's the same mustache.
I guess because like,
we about to see Jim Carrey as Harold.
I can't.
The way he was acting, might as well.
Oh man. What else? No, it was dope seeing Loki's charge up and stuff, and I thought it was just funny that Imu was just watching Loki do this, but knowing that it's not going to do anything. He literally watched him charge up, power up, all like his hockey and everything, and he just swung, and he was
like,
just
"Is that it?"
Again, going to like a little more after Imu's power, because they keep on bringing out the black flames, right? And like that's what I'm saying, like. It kind of reminds me of a couple of things. A little bit of like brought up Nika's ability, the imagination thing, because we brought up like you see how versatile Imu's ability is. Like like we see it later on, it becomes a sword. And not only that, it even increases his size. Like Loki's even shot. He became giant, and all he did was say, and he was saying Omen. Like it's not actual name attacks. He just bringing out Omen, and Omen just does whatever he wants to Evil's manipulation or mindset. And that's what I was thinking. Like in a weird way, I think we bring up that Emu's power reminds you of a Dark Toon. Because even when I was seeing the fireball thing head, and remind me of again another not cartoon thing, but remind me of remember Mario? Those
the ball and chain?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Those that has facial expressions in the air, but they're pretty much alive. Like I was getting like if Luffy's supposed to be the light Toon, good Toon, they're kind of implying what Oda's doing, that Emu's the Dark Toon.
The Dark Toon.
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting. That's what vibes.
The Negagin!
I can't.
Lana, they're called Chain Chomps.
Chain chomps, there we go. Because he literally does. I mean, that's later on.
You should have just started chomping, bro.
Imagine. We might see that. I don't know.
I was saying you.
No, I'm playing. All right, I'm gonna jump into
it, bro.
All right, see, or again, the Blade of Judgment Nemesis. When I saw it, I did watch a little of your live.
Oh, okay.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I immediately did think. Like, what? Like, I was like, really? I went back.
Mihawk up down.
I went back, bro. I'm thinking, he literally did the same thing to Luffy. I'm just like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, and it's weird because
we all thought that thing then.
Yeah.
No, it's a move. Like it's even though it's an unnamed or whatever, just a chronic thing that we saw him do to Luffy.
Yeah.
Like during Marineford War, like it was just like, but. He's almost doing the exact same thing, and the blade looks similar to me.
Yeah, it does.
And it's black. No, I'm playing. And honestly, I'm just thinking, I don't think Oda's making links to Mihawk. But I just thought of, all right, you made a reference to Mihawk somewhere here. Again, that's coincidental, that's fine. But also just weirdly that Mihawk also has similar eyes to Imu.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was also funny that what did Zoro say about Mihawk? You're the Seraphim. Look at that Seraphim. Mihawk's less human than he is, right?
Yeah, he said that you seem more human than Mihawk, the person you're being after.
And it's funny because you have the Seraphim is Mihawk, who looks like Imu, looks like a Lunarian, but he's saying that Mihawk is less human, and then just like, and you think of Imu right now, just like that's funny you made a connection. Because I'm thinking like, there's no way that Mihawk has a connection to Imu. I'm thinking it's impossible because we're all thinking, all right, most likely he's more connected to like Rayleigh, being possibly Rayleigh's son. I heavily support that. But seeing this, I'm just like, and I can't think of being a clone because that's just dumb. You make a clone of Imu and it's Mihawk, and you make a clone of Mihawk that's already cloned. Like, does that even make sense? Just like you just made a baby Imu at this point. Like with Mihawk. So just like my mind was scrambling so much, like trying to make sense of it. But again, I'm not
saying that makes you great came out of a bottle.
Yeah, seriously. But now I'm just thinking, like, I was gonna bring up even the sword because I know you brought up the sword. I'm just like, does the sword? And that question's all right. When did Mihawk get the sword? Do you think that? And I didn't believe it. Thinking, there's a possibility that did Imu give Mihawk this sword for being like the world's greatest swordsman? Or like did he take it or did he earn it? Because it goes into, I was going to bring this up later on, but it goes into what I thought of a little bit. Because it goes into Mihawk's past. That I'm somewhat linking to Imu's a little bit too, but that's a little bit further on into what Imu says later on. Mm-hmm. But that's what I was thinking, but just like.
It's like being given the QB as a baby.
I don't know, but like. It's just getting it's just weird. It's just weird that Oda did this and there's other stuff that's said and it's mostly just, again, it's just lore at this point. Just lore and like mysterious and mystery that we don't know. But Imu's powers are crazy. The black flames apparently almost shows like he can do anything and that's what I like it. It's just wild. I want to save a little more other stuff, so I'm going to stop now for later on.
Okay. Let's go with Law.
Okay. Lionel shared some of the thoughts I had. Just to help you out with the age thing, because I thought the age thing too, we finally got it, right? And I noticed here, it's about a 30-year difference.
The Giants
human year. I didn't try to equate from the beginning when they're born or whatever. But if you check 45 to 15, 30 years, and this one, so if you go by a 30-year difference, Harold in human years is about 114. 144 when he passed, and giant years, 40 years, about 30-year difference, right? Right, and also, so moving on, I noticed that Loki's and Imu's attack are not touching in their clash here. So that tells me Loki can infuse his attacks with Conquerors and arm it to the point where he cannot touch because they're both not touching in their clash here with Imu, right? Also, since Imu is also able to make himself a giant as well, I wonder if we're going to see Luffy and Imu battling both in their giant forms or their giant size because Luffy could do it and Imu could do it. So I wonder if we're going to see that. So that, right? And I thought it was interesting here, and maybe I got confused. Imu was saying that everyone has this potential. Was it to turn giant, or was it like he talking about his ability? You know, so I was confused there. So I didn't know which part he was talking about. So I thought of, what are you talking about? Is it everyone has the potential to turn giant?
Me
or
and
are you
Larry
saying
thought
that?
the same. Sorry, me and Larry thought the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, I listened to Larry's podcast. When Imu said this, I thought the same thing when he said this. But what Rayleigh says is different. So that's why I'm like, I don't know. So that's why I'm like, because I went back to Rayleigh says, comparing to what Imu says.
Yeah.
The wording's different. It's similar, but the wording's different, and it's specifically wise. Because I don't know if you know what I'm talking about when I said that.
Yeah, you're talking about the hockey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I thought that, but Rayleigh says people.
Yeah.
Well, he says within all things. It's similar, but it's also different because people use hockey. Not you could put objects into hockey, but objects don't use hockey without the person doing it.
Yeah.
Well, all things is what does that mean? Because you mean there's living things that possess this too? It just matter, like you get me? Like what is it? Atoms? Like what are we talking about? What is Emu's talking about here? Because it's not. It's very vague. Well, Rayleigh is specific. That's the only difference there.
Mm-hmm. So
Wait, that's sorry.
So the other thing was like maybe it's a reference to what he says later on. You know, it could be that, and he's not talking about giant. He's talking about his ability. Maybe I have something on that a little later, right? But also, and I thought it was interesting that Imu and Loki's attacks are clearly touching in their second clash. So it's like shows that you could kind of pick and choose when you want to, when you're going to a clash, or how much you're putting into it. But I thought it was very funny. We clearly see them not touching in the first, and then clearly touching in their second, right? Lana brought up the whole Emu's Blade of Judgment and Nemesis looking like Mihawk's attacking against Luffy and Marineford War. I even went down to the chapter to find exactly what else. For once you want to look at it, it's chapter 561, page 4. Right? And, okay. You got to when
Loki lets go of Ragnar.
Then, yeah, that's all I have for now.
All right. Schwepp?
All right. I actually don't have too much. I do like the callbacks to Harold, basically showing the impact that it's having on Loki in the middle of this fight. I did love hearing how old giants are supposed to live to, and like in correlation to Harold, because like he basically lived half of his life. That's kind of crazy if you think about it. I went a different way with y'all as far as the age goes. I always just accumulated giants are 3 times as old as humans. Like that's the correlation to me. So to me, I was just like divide that by 3. It's 48. Like that's how old Harold is in human years, which I feel like kind of works.
48?
Yeah.
For what?
That's how old Harold would be in human years. 48 years old. Because I just divide the 144 by 3. Because you could divide 45 by 3 to get 15. You know what I mean? So I was just like, all right, that's the
I did that too, but okay, you could do that.
Yeah.
We should have used our fingers.
But yeah, I just went with he's 48. The attack that Loki decided to use was dope. I'm wondering if this is the same attack that he used to take out Harold, but it's named now. Curious at that. I agreed with Lionel. Like, Imu is such a troll. Like, the one who suffered the biggest setback was me. Like, come on, man.
It's so wild.
Like, he's so evil, it's wild. I really did think that attack was dope. And then, like Larry was saying, like, he so casually dealt with it. Like, just...
Yeah.
You didn't name it nothing. The Omen ability continues to just allow him to do whatever. So it made me think of a couple things. Like they called Luffy's ability the most ridiculous. And he's basically, like you guys said, the Dark Tune. Like he's doing whatever he wants. I can heal people. I can make myself larger. I can fly. All the things are possible now through Omen. And it's like, how is this not as ridiculous. I guess, I don't know, maybe.
Because it's the most rational. We went over this.
It's so rational, it's ridiculous. But I think it's dope. I thought the same thing Lawrence thought, like a fight between him and Luffy, if they're both turning in and out of giant mode, that's pretty cool. When they clashed directly, obviously I thought the same thing about the them not touching and then them touching. I thought back to the fact that these two were two of the most like longest running silhouettes in the history of One Piece, and now we're seeing them just fight. That's so surreal to me. Like we saw Loki, I don't know what chapter that was when we first saw Loki as a silhouette, like so long ago. And then Imu has been a silhouette since his appearance, and now it's like, oh, they're here and they're fighting. Yeah, and I was like, that's pretty dope.
And then that was like their silhouettes compared to how they actually look like.
Yeah,
Oda did excellent job.
I'm so happy silhouettes can't be tracked.
Kaido's is bad.
Kaido's
Loki's is really bad. Somehow I thought Odin's was cooler than Odin.
Odin's silhouette was actually pretty cool.
It was so dope to me. I thought he was
I feel like
cooler.
I like Odin's silhouette more than his actual.
Yeah, it was cooler.
Reveal.
One of the cooler ones was...
I was like a little disappointed. I was a little disappointed.
It was stupid.
So Odin's and the first Shichibukai showings,
they look dope. Yo, the first Shichibukai, I was like, yo, where they at? Like, I'm still, like, obviously the Shichibukai are amazing with the differences. I love the little, they all lined up like conquistadors. Like, I love that.
No, I told them once Oda messed up, that should have been the Class A or something swordsman. Seriously, because all of them had swords. Like, and now, like, only one legit has a sword. It's Mihawk. So I'm just like, what are we doing, Oda?
In regards to the attacks that he's been using, I think they're great. I also thought the chain chomps, like Lionel did, I thought that was really cool. I don't know if Oda's making that connection or not. I'm assuming he is a big Mario fan. I don't know why I'm assuming that, but Oda seems like the type.
Yeah, it's good racism. I mean, because Super Mario is created in Japan. That's their thing.
Low key, if you check Luffy's Nika pose, it's Mario when he's like, it's Mario when he's
but he did have a cover story about
with him playing as Mario.
Or Smash Bros.
Not all racism is bad.
All right, bro. I mean, in regards to the Nemesis attack, it's been running through the community, whether this is Mihawk upscale, whether there's a connection between Mihawk and Imu. I always tell y'all, Oda be wildin'. Imu's human. Whether he's not human in the general sense, but he's still human, right? And I used to make these jokes about Roger, and that Ace was probably not the only kid out there that Roger had. He was a pirate for a very long time, probably hooking up with a lot of women. Imu has had access to basically every woman he could possibly have access to for hundreds of years now. Is it so beyond the pale that he had sex with some girl and had a kid? Like, I don't think that's ridiculous at all.
I'll take you.
I was saying,
it's hurting a little bit.
I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's
Very Rush Hour.
I don't think it's crazy. I know people don't like nepotism piece. I'm not a big nepotism piece guy myself, but if Mihawk is Imu's kid, cool. Like, I'm with that.
What about Karibo, bro?
Who?
What's his name?
Caribou? Yeah. What do you mean?
Because he has similar eyes like me.
I didn't even make up the eyes. I don't care about that.
Hey, man. You never know.
To me, Caribou's dad is Wang Ji, and I have a theory on that. Whatever. But to me, I will say this. My issue with that development, though, for Mihawk, is that it's just as shallow as Mihawk fandom is in general. You know what I'm saying? Because now Mihawk's getting more lore for just being connected to this person versus having his own actual story to tell. I don't know that I like that for Mihawk. I don't like that. I like that as a development for Mihawk. So, like, when we get Shanks as a twin, it's emulating from the fact that Shanks is the guy. Okay. And these people are eating off of Shanks's lore, Shanks's story. They're a part of that. In this case, we get so little from Mihawk on the day-to-day, week-to-week, year-to-year, that it's now like, yo, to give Mihawk something, now I'm connected to Imu. Versus him just being this super dope, strong character himself.
You want him to have his own story and not be a part of someone else's.
Yes. Now I get what you're saying.
I
You're
was
making the
thinking the
knockback.
same thing.
I was thinking this the whole time he was talking. I was like, yeah, you're right.
It's different.
You're right.
It's very
No,
different.
we ain't got to go into
No,
it.
it's very
But
different.
I just want to say, you're right.
It's very different.
You're absolutely right, my brother.
It's very different.
The same thing. I was like,
Very different with Whitebeard, and I can point out the differences if y'all want. We don't have time for all that.
We don't need to.
But-
I just wanted to point out what you were saying was correct.
It's very different. But the attack was cool. The fact that he can spawn this this sword, essentially, that like stabs through Loki. Loki's like one of the more durable people in the series, seemingly. Like he's stabbing right through a giant like this, and not an ancient giant, you know. Enough to make Loki even drop Ragnar. Like,
Yeah,
it's I was gonna say his eyes turn back, but like, we don't see it. You know what I'm saying? But I really did like it. I like the choreography of the clash itself. Like Imu clashes and then spins on top and then gets the Nemesis attack off. Like he's using this agility that he seems to have. As far as Omen and the power, him saying it's his military might and like all power, a power that lurks within all things. We can get into it a little bit later because he kind of goes deeper into the thought process or talking track around that. But it did remind me of hockey immediately. And it's been going around about the community about the Maki or like the Maleficent hockey. I don't know if you guys have seen that or not on the internet. I don't know that I would consider it a new power system, but people are calling it that. I feel like
It's not.
dark hockey, the dark Hado. Like it's still Hado.
The dark Hado.
You know what I'm saying? It's still Hado. But
Hockey's already dark though.
I mean,
And like it's physically black.
It's going to get blacker.
well, hockey's technically invisible. Hodo makes it black for us.
You know what's crazy?
You know
The
what I'm
Dark Hado isn't that far off from what hockey is anyway. I'm going to be honest.
But yeah, I didn't have too much more beyond that. So far, the fight's looking cool, and
They describe Hado as intent.
yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, man. Oda be biting.
Like,
That's
yeah,
not-
just say biting. He gets inspired by others.
I'm
If he was a
inspired.
rapper,
Chomp.
if he was a rapper, they would call it biting.
no, it's not biting. If you look at, I'm not trying to be like, sound crazy right here. But if you check all like, the animes or manga stuff like that, it's all energy, right? They just name it differently. Ki, chi, chakra, reishi, whatever.
Honey
Gen,
pack.
hockey. All that is just forms of energy inside a person that they're manifesting to.
Well,
Well-
technically, this is where the point out that Larry's making, intent is not energy. It's a thought process. It's a vision. It's
You
a
are
view.
not woke enough, my brother. You are not woke enough. All intent has energy. Okay?
I'm just saying, willpower and intent.
It's called vibe.
There is a distinct difference between them and Chi and Reishi, in my opinion. But listen, I can be tripping.
But Radiant was a spiritual energy, so like
That's what I'm saying. Like it's being manifested, but the fact is you're able to manifest your will, manifest your intent.
That's the only thing I'll say is a little different from, I guess, hockey in aspect because it's supposed to be almost like the strength of your character, like your presence into that. We're different from like, the energy inside a person, like, ki or chi, whatever. This one is literally the strength of your will is being that. And that's different from the energy inside you, but the idea is roughly the same, but it is different, I would say, for hockey.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't have too much more. I'll save the rest for later in the chapter. So I'll pass to Larry.
All right. Before I get into my full thoughts, I just want to let everyone know, if you haven't watched my live reaction yet, I will be giving my take on who's stronger between Loki and Zoro when we reach the final part of the chapter. There are a few key things I want to point out before I make that call, so stay tuned for it. Also, like the video. Coming into this chapter, I fully expected Loki to show out. Narratively, everything was set up for him. The callbacks to King Harold, the sacrifice, the torment King Harold endured. It all built towards something Loki was going to unleash, and it was going to be major. I feel like that was, 100% expected. So to me, there were only two possibilities. Either Loki comes out swinging with his strongest attack from this build-up right away, or Imu is going to completely embarrass him from the jump. Turns out somehow we got both. Loki gave us an attack we've never seen before. Every time we've seen Ragnar use lightning, it's usually generated from Loki to the hammer itself. We've yet to see lightning come from the sky and be imbued upon the hammer. That's completely different from what Loki has ever done with the hammer and its natural lightning abilities. So that means Loki's tapping into something greater, in my opinion. And then, not only that, I may be mistaken because the manga is not color, but it looks like Ratatask is also imbuing some ice powers with it. I feel like we're seeing a little bit of snow around it instead of just lightning. Maybe I am wrong, though. I could be wrong, but I feel like Loki's gathering up all the power he has. He's doing a greater attack with lightning, probably adding Ratataskar's powers, and then using Conqueror's Haki all at the same time, because this buildup is calling for it. And then Imu just blocks it. He blocks it effortlessly, too. Like, the dude is not, like... You know how usually, like, somebody be holding the spirit bomb and then, like, the ground under them be cracking because it's so strong? Imu doesn't even bother moving. Like, nothing is budging. He completely blocks it with Omen.
With one hand.
With one hand. So, that's what I mean by the embarrassment part. When the Haki burst from that moment, I initially thought both of them were using Conqueror's Haki. But then I had to ask, why didn't the sky split? Right. So, and if Imu's Haki is superior, why didn't he overwhelm Loki outright? I think those are two actual good questions. And then it clicked for me. This wasn't a true clash at all. Like Loki himself points out, Imu didn't meet his attack head on. He simply blocked it. And not just any attack, but what very well could have been Loki's strongest move in his base form, if he doesn't have like a hybrid form that we know of, right? So, even Loki is shocked how easily it was handled. That brings me back to a point I've made before about Loki, one that a lot of people disagree with, and even Lawrence had mentioned it in his take. If Loki is this enraged, convinced Imu is responsible for his father's passing, fully aware of how powerful Imu is because he sensed his Haki, right? And this is the moment he chooses to strike. To me, why isn't he using Advanced Conqueror's Haki? Lawrence thinks he does. I don't think he is. Now, here's why I say this. We've seen multiple instances that raise this question. During his clash with Herald at Orus Castle, their weapons were making contact. No sky split on their first clash. Then Loki landed a free hit on Herald without contact, which I initially attributed to the lightning. And now against Imu, the strongest character in the series, there's still no sky split and no clear indication of that advanced Haki being used. So what does that suggest? To me, it points to this. The space we're seeing between Loki and his target isn't Advanced Conqueror's Haki. It's the lightning itself creating that separation, just like it did against Herald. If this was a true Advanced Conqueror's clash, we've seen the same visual cues we've gotten before. The crack in the air between people like Roger and Whitebeard on that island when they met Odin, or Luffy and Kaido on Onigashima when Luffy was first using Conqueror's Haki. Even Rox and Herald showed that level of crack between their impact on Mary Joa. We didn't get that crack in the air here with Imu and Loki. So there's a clear difference right there on what type of Conqueror's Haki is being used. Now, because this wasn't a clash, it was a block. The same way Imu blocked Zoro. Both Zoro and Loki are essentially being stopped, not meeting Imu equally. And when it comes to spacing, Loki isn't generating that pressure on his own the way top-tier Conqueror's Haki users do. He's not forcing that gap like Luffy and Kaido or even Big Mom has shown against Page 1, where they are pushing on an area into their opponent. There's no visual cues there either. There's just a blank space between Imu and Loki. So, again, I'm not saying Loki can't reach that level, especially during this fight, but as of right now, the evidence of panels and support are just not there to support that he's using Advanced Conqueror's coding. If he's not using it here at his angriest against the strongest opponent with everything on the line, then when does he? So for now, I'm going with what the story is showing. Loki's haki, while strong, is still lacking compared to the absolute top tiers. That's not a knock on him. It just means he's not fully there yet for me. With some growth, he could easily enter that realm. Like, he's right there knocking on the door. And honestly, the fact that Imu blocks him again just reinforces that, because they didn't just clash once. They clashed twice. So do you think that Loki, on the second clash, would now make contact with Imu's omen? I just don't think that would happen. It feels like Imu's actually just playing with his food. He's fighting everyone at the level beneath him because he views them as inferior. Yes, there is a time limit, right? There is one, but it's still a person who sees other people as insects, or even less than insects. So he's going to treat them as such based on his personality. So Loki isn't being singled out in that sense. He's being treated the same way as Sanji, Zoro, and the rest. But at the same time, I do think Imu is giving Loki extra attention, and that likely ties back to King Harold. Loki is the reason Imu lost him. And that loss clearly meant something. So instead of ending things quickly, Imu is taking his time with him. That said, I've got to give credit to Loki in the next part of the chapter, because he does do a couple things. I'm just like, all right, bet. Like, bro is definitely up there.
What you said, I don't know if you're done.
No, I'm done with that part.
What made you think of something specifically? So what you said about hockey and intent, willpower, and more specifically, what Lionel brought up earlier with what Rayleigh said about hockey, the fact that it's the act of not doubting. Do y'all think that, like, Loki's second attack was weaker just because, like, his reaction to the first attack being blocked so casually? Like, doubt started to creep into him. Like, oh, hold on. He just casually blocked this attack with no effort. You know what I mean? I don't know. My mind went there for a second there anyway. I don't think that's been, like, a highlighted thing throughout the history of One Piece. I don't know if it has been. I have to go back to, like, panels and choreography. But I don't know. I just thought that. Like,
Because I'm not saying Sorry, Larry.
No. You guys go.
Because Larry says to never doubt. I mean, I said Larry. Ray says to never doubt. That is power. So that goes probably in the fact that you doubt, like, even a little bit, even a smidge, might hinder or factor into your hockey, your fighting power, or whatever. Because he said that, he says not doubting. But he says never doubting. So you're not doubting, like, you're doubting zero. There's not a percentage. It's just zero. That's it. So, like, maybe, again, Oda never elaborated on it. Ray just said that, but Oda never really that was a focus point or elaborated on that aspect of hockey being used throughout the series. We just know that really it's said, and that's somewhat of a fact, but it's still not fully explained in these certain moments, you know. The only one you could think of is when Luffy fought Kaido and his crew got taken out. Maybe. Or, like, when Luffy lost his crew again against Kizaru. Like, those moments, Luffy legit doubted it straight. He thought he was weak. So maybe you could add those moments, or when he lost Ace. So, like, those moments, yeah, but, like, those are heavy moments where, like, and maybe you could factor in that could be happening to Loki with the man, how strong, how you viewed your father. This man took him out, and how he treated him, and now you did your attack with the anger from what happened to your father. Now it gets blocked so easily. Those could be factored in him doubting a little bit, because I'm facing a man who did this to my father, and now I'm not doing anything at that moment. So I don't know. I'm sorry for ranting, but maybe, but I don't know.
And what I was gonna say, honestly, I don't think so. Especially with Loki, because usually when what I've seen with them, like, I'm gonna use Luffy too, when they throw out their best attack or a strong attack or whatever, and they see it get blocked or whatever, and it does nothing, usually they kind of come back trying to battle it with something stronger. Like, all right, I need to put more hockey, more strength, more whatever. For Conquerors, I don't see doubt seeping in readily that fast. It'll take a lot to start creating this doubt or whatever in a Conqueror, where it's just like, all right, I just need more. I need more than that. I need more. Or like Luffy simply put, I'm gonna get through eventually. Kid, all right, I'll chip away smallly at you, you know? So I think when they face it, like, it's blocked, like, all right, he took that, like, all right, I'll throw something else at you. I'm gonna win this fight eventually. That's usually what the Conqueror's mindset is. So I don't think it's gonna happen readily. It's gonna take a lot for them to get to that point where, like, oh, my punches ain't working out, I'm defeated now. Like, that doesn't usually happen with, actually, most of the people in One Piece, it doesn't really happen, but I say especially with Conquerors. And I want to say, that was actually a good shout out for Larry. At one aspect, I still believe Loki is using events It could be Conquerors or maybe not Advance, or it is. I'm not sure yet. But I will point out that usually when they do Split the Sky, I will acknowledge that you pointed out. It's usually not someone blocking attack and someone defending.
It's two people clashing.
It's two people doing an attack and then they clash like that. So I will say, yeah, like for Imu, he clearly blocked while Loki attacked. So there is a difference there. So that's a good shout out there.
Yeah, I know so many people are like, yo, you don't know what you're talking about. And this is the point where, like, when I was proving it on screen, I was literally showing that there's different cases between different levels of Conquerors. And each time there was a crack in the middle of their space. Mm-hmm. There was like a literal black crack in between their spacing. Mm-hmm. And that was them also not touching at all. But that's never shown with Loki against Herald, because Herald obviously wasn't doing it, right? But also it wasn't shown against Imu, who's clearly blocking him. Yeah. So why wasn't that shown at all? And people can't even say like, well, Oda's using a different type of effect to interpret that, because the Herald in Rock's thing was literally during this arc. So it's still viable to say like, if that's not being shown, then this is not happening. Mm-hmm. The next portion of it being is, if you look at Luffy versus Kaido, not only when Luffy starts using his Advanced Conqueror's coding, he starts using it, but when he punches Kaido, he's punching a space that bends before Kaido's impact.
Yeah.
That also happens with Big Mom versus Page 1. It's the exact same look for how one person who's just attacking another person is still bending the air. That's not happening with Loki. And Loki doesn't do that same thing against Herald either. So what I'm saying is, when you look at the consistency throughout the panels in manga, you can see that Loki's using Conqueror's Haki. He's just not using the advanced form of Conqueror's Haki, and the lightning is supplanting for that space. Now, when it comes to the sky splitting part, Sebastian has mentioned it takes a special person to do so. But then we also conversed and we found out maybe it also takes opposite ideals being in contention to split that sky. So we've never seen somebody who has used Advanced Conqueror's coding, right, between all the situations when they clashed, that the sky didn't split apart or somehow be affected. So when you look at Imu and you look at Loki, and they're basically colliding, I would say, there's two skies. There's the Sun World's clouds, and then there's the clouds that Loki is changing with his powers that the lightning came from. The Sun World's clouds are not being affected. And also the clouds above them, we can't really see it, but we can tell that's not being affected either. And it's not being split, because I think Oda would have shown us, oh, this is splitting the sky. So that's what I mean. I'm not just saying to downplay Loki. I'm just saying there's evidence through many people, and that's just not being shown here right now with Loki.
Question, though. All right. So are you saying it just because, like, for example, that whole theory, for in the attack itself for Loki, is it just like for example, I'll rephrase it. How do you view Luffy's attack against Kaido when he was in the flame form?
Flame Dragon Torch?
Flame Dragon Torch, right? Because I believe Luffy was using everything, because we saw that Luffy's able to do it. And I'm trying to remember, I don't remember seeing the crack there, but you're talking about like the crack happens when two people are colliding in that way, right? But Luffy's punching Kaido, right? And Luffy's obviously using all his haki, his Conqueror's coded, advanced, all that. And he's hitting, and Kaido kind of says he's not going to block it, he's just going to take it. But Luffy, you clearly knows it hit Kaido without touching there. And I don't remember seeing a crack. So to me, it's like it makes sense, because what you're saying before, that Kaido didn't block that. Or he didn't clash with it, or he didn't even block it either. He just kind of let it punch him in the face for whatever reason. That's Kaido, right? But I'm trying to say, is like, are you trying to say no matter what that crack happens, or it happens when you have two people meeting? That's their meeting point of someone matching it in like manner, Someone get back at the person who's using all of it, back at them. So then the two clashes make that crack, Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I'm looking at it right now, and I can't really. So you can't tell from the chapter that I'm looking at it right now when they first clash. It's 10:49. So Oda never shows us from an angle where it's from the side, the same way he did with Kaido and Luffy when they were fighting Hybrid Kaido. He didn't show it where Roger and Whitebeard were on the side as well. And also Harold and Rox were on the side as well. When you look at it, you're looking at it from the bottom right of Kaido's point of view. And you're looking at Luffy. So you can't see the crack in between both of them that would usually be there. All it's showing is that they're not touching and there's hockey leakage coming out and affecting the sky.
Right.
But I think it's affecting the sky because Luffy's in the sky and they clash near the clouds. That's why it's separating. But I can't give you a real answer on that one just because you can't see it.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. Like we've had multiple panels, you know, it would take for me to go, okay, that if that is true, then I have to see more panels like that. And I just haven't seen more panels like that. So the other variable is because Imu is blocking and not clashing, and also Harold was letting himself get teed off and not clashing either.
Right.
So there can't be any cracks.
Yeah.
But that's when you have to fall back on, well, one person clearly when using it bends the area before they hit the actual person they're attacking, which Big Mom has shown and Luffy has shown. But Loki's not doing that either. So it's like, okay, so when does he do it? Because he did it against Imu, he blocked, but he didn't do it against Harold, and Harold let him tee off on him. So
I get what you mean. Like when Big Mom punched page 1.
right. Yeah. So it's just multiple instances. Now, shifting to the most interesting moments for me, we've only seen 2 characters in the entire series leap onto their blades like that to attack somebody.
I know you love that. You bring it up all the time.
I do. Because I hate it. Imu here against Loki and Mihawk against Gear 2 Luffy at Marineford. One landed. One missed. Okay? One missed. One landed. So yeah, Mihawk down skill confirmed. I'm joking, kind of. But seriously, Imu's Blade of Judgment Nemesis is fascinating. And what really caught my attention was how much the weapon resembled Yoru. So it led me to the possibilities that Lionel was speaking about, how there might be some connection here with Yoru. And I was thinking, what if Imu wielded Yoru at one point, blackened the blade, and then let go of the blade and gave it back to his kingdom as like a fair family heirloom or something like that. And he gave it up because he found the devil fruit.
So Yoru would have been passed down from like Nerona family to Nerona family, like generation to generation. And like Mihawk would be like a Nerona Mihawk or Mihawk Nerona.
Well, yes, and the reason being is because what was Mihawk's moniker before he became a Shichibukai?
Marine Hunter. That one?
Yes.
The Hawk. Okay,
Right.
okay.
And then Zoro, his name was what?
Pirate Hunter.
Right. So when Zoro receives his black sword, Shisui, who wielded it at one point?
Ryuma.
And who's that to him?
His ancestor.
Right. So if there are similarities, what's to stop Mihawk from also following that same path?
I just don't like the idea that Mihawk didn't blacken his blade.
No,
That's my only... I'm fine with the Yoru once being Emus. If Mihawk didn't blacken his blade, like, toss the whole character out.
I don't know if you added this to it, Larry, and sorry if you did and I kind of like beat you to it. But now as I thought of what you said by doing that,
Well,
did you notice? What is Emo wielding right now?
he's wielding, I forgot what it's called, but it's like I forgot what it's called, though.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking.
If he also had Mihawk's sword, what do we see Nika always wielding?
Sword and a spear?
A sword and a spear.
Mm-hmm.
So it made me think, the heck? So both of y'all had like a sword and a spear type thing?
Yeah.
Just the dark tune versus the night tune, the light tune, or tune of light, sun tune? I guess, and they both fighting with a sword and a spear in hand. Like, that's crazy. Like,
To me, and I don't want to
No,
cut too
you're
deep
good.
into Larry's time here. To me, I feel like Oda's just trying to show, yo, Imu's so nice, he could casually whip out Mihawk level attacks as if it's just like, I add this to my bag on a whim. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's like, even the world's strongest swordsman, it's just a piece of my kit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what he's supposed to be when I was reading this.
Yeah, I wasn't reading it that way.
I was reading it that way.
That's kind of disrespectful, actually.
I thought of, like, for example, it's like he can make any weapon useful to him.
Right.
Like, he could make a sword, he can make a spear, he can make
A gun,
an explosion, bombs, like anything's in his arsenal with his Omi thing. He has any weapon disposed to him.
And that's why he dropped Yoru. Because if anything, the sword itself was limiting his power.
He just didn't want to be in all them online debates, man. He didn't want people scaling him and limiting him like that.
So I was like, yo, I can see this kind of connecting. But I do agree with Lionel. I think that Rayleigh and Shaki might have birthed Mihawk at one point. I don't know. There's not much proof, but it seems like there's enough. But I do like the similarities of these swords being passed down hundreds of years, and maybe Mihawk just randomly found it the same way this dude Zoro found it.
He tossed Yoru up.
Yeah.
Nah, that was the other one.
But I do have
way,
I do have a little bit more on this because of somebody we used to know. They made a theory regarding Shanks and Mihawk and how Mihawk could have been a part of Shanks' crew.
I remember.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to save that for the second part because I think it's in the second part. But it ties into this theory as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was just like, bro, this is kind of crazy. Other than that, I mean, yeah, that's all I got.
I think the next part's going to be the most meatiest part for everybody.
Yeah. It's going to be a crazy part. Yeah.
The meatiest part is wild.
Yeah, saying the meatiest is crazy.
Wild.
Pause, bro.
All right, we're going to read a few super chats and then we're going to get back to the chapter, y'all.
Yeah, let's do 10.
All right. We got 2 from Luis Lopez. It says, would y'all react to the new One Piece intro? If I remember correctly, you reacted to the newest episode, right? Or one of the newer ones?
It was the first one of this season.
Okay.
It was really damn good. It was really good.
Is that the one with Shanks in them? Or no?
Yeah.
I saw
and Barto.
It was dope. It was a great episode.
Cool, bro.
I loved that episode.
I actually liked it a lot.
Yeah.
The new trailer to the anime?
No, the episode itself.
Oh.
There are like 3 or 4 chapters out now.
No, they have 4 episodes. The 4th one just came
I
out.
said chapters, I meant.
But the first episode was really good. I posted the first reaction today. So
Yeah, it was cool.
Okay.
Blackbeard was looking good, bro. They did him right in that episode, dog. The way he was moving, I was like, all right, bro.
Anytime Blackbeard on screen, it's a good time, man.
Yeah, he looked great. I really enjoyed it.
Another 5 from David Yokes. How are y'all doing? Just checking in and paying the Larry tax. Much love. Can't wait to hear everyone's takes. We're good, man. I'm in a really good mood.
I'm trying not to fight myself out of the corner right now.
Another 2 from Fallen Shinobi. Why is Law's necklace in his pocket? Hashtag low-key Law.
It was before.
It was? Okay.
That wasn't in my pocket. I was like, what the heck? So I took it out.
Sorry, bro.
Another 10 from Lord Franco. Been a minute since I caught alive. Hope your weekend was dope because you watched that Doom Part 2, Seb. Nah, I watched the Michael Jackson movie. My bad. Another says, much love to the crew. Hashtag Milkman Law. Hashtag Bust It Open. Hashtag BBL Sebi. Oh, man. Another 16 months at Yonko status from Cam the King. Finally finished the top 30. How do I get my money back for the past 16 months? LOL.
Twins. It's the twins.
Hashtag.
All negative comments go to the twins for the top 30.
Hey, that Loki statement I said, I'm just saying, I'm being backed by Odin.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
1 out of freaking 30, Lawrence.
We tried to tell him.
Oh, man.
Another 5 from the Grim Raider. 1, thoughts on Zephyr from Film Z being Kobe's dad. Same hair color. It's the only connection I've got.
Yeah, purple hair.
Yeah, it's more purple than pink. It's definitely more purple than pink. Also, didn't Z's family get murdered?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Like that's like the whole
They all
backstory.
passed, yeah.
They gone.
Wait, what? You said, what pig? I got confused.
What?
Kobe's hair is pink. Zephyr's hair is purple.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. I heard something crazy.
Last Oda did a
I heard Peppa the Pig.
fake death thing with Z's kid.
Oh, no.
Which is
If we can't even clip
yeah, like you know what I mean? Like
movie character children and backstories, then what are we doing?
and I think Kobe would be older.
I
than
hope that's
they-
not his dad.
No, I think Kobe would be older. Tommy had this child. Doesn't fit. Don't fit the storyline.
Well, he could just have had a kid after that, no?
Oh, he remarried, you talking about? Or got with a woman?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Gotta replace the kid, man. Wrong kid died.
my
You know what I'm
gosh.
saying?
That's crazy.
Number 5 from.
I could have been the president at the time. I could have been an astronaut, Dewey. You gotta be great.
You gotta
for both of us.
Doubly great.
You gotta be double great.
Yeah, we quote one card too
Yeah,
much.
it is hilarious, man.
Do you think he lived it up to the double great?
Dewey Cox?
Yeah.
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 Did he
Bro.
live up to being double great?
He was basically Elvis and Johnny Cash and like what? He was like the greatest superstar of their era, bro.
For the both of
For
us.
the both of us. If that's not enough, I don't know what you asking for, bro.
You know what's crazy though? You don't really realize, in a way, like his mom, his dad, and his brother all like passed because of him. No, that's just crazy.
Your music.
That's what your music does, dude.
I never realized till this moment how easy it is to accidentally cut somebody in half.
You can't be double married.
He said, I forgot.
That's not what it looks like.
It's not what it looks like. Well, it's gotta be what it looks like to at least one of us.
We need to stop and really go. We
Yo,
need to do something.
watch Walk Hard, please. Number 5.
You can keep the baby. But you can't take my monkey.
So I'm a cheater. But you can just drink all the milk. And I'm the bad guy.
You're making it hot in here, man. More blankets and less blankets.
Yo, Mark, you see Walk Hard, right? Okay.
He's just ripping out six.
Bro.
Yo, the ripping out sink is the funniest thing ever, bro.
No, when he had the montage and he walked into the bathroom and there was just mad sick.
He just ripped off all of it.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. All right, another 5 from Senior Sombrero. Yeah. Joy Boy had the bread and the baddies, and Imu had the empty throne, became the first ever hotel chick. No, bro. No. I'm not even. No. Another 5 from Wade the Asian. Let's go. We love 4-hour pods with all the boys. How we do it? Do we have a top 10 for Marv yet? I checked in with Marv
Marvin's
at
not
the
doing
very
it, man.
beginning of the stream. Before the stream started, me and Marv were the only people in here. I asked him if he had one. He said he might make one real quick. Did he? No. Didn't happen. Didn't happen.
All right, last one before we get into the second part.
All right, another 2 from Nico. It says, Larry was trying to duck the heat. LMAO, hashtag Zoro versus Loki. Larry don't duck smoke.
Yeah, I wasn't ducking it.
Larry don't duck smoke, man.
I actively engage in it. I breathe it.
I was born in it.
Molded by it.
You merely
You merely adopted the smoke.
I didn't breathe fresh air until I was a man. Yo, Bane had some bars, man.
All right, let's get into the second part of the chapter, guys. If you haven't liked the video yet, please like the video. We're trying to get to 2,000 likes. For the second part of the chapter, we pick up right where we left off. Loki has been stabbed through the chest by Imu and collapses to the ground. Ah! Imu dissolves his flames from being a sword and looks down at Loki, saying, "Is it the nature of man to crave strength?" However, black wings emerge from Imu's back as he lifts into the air, continuing, "When power so lusted after is too easily gained, corruption." We then get a panel of Dorian Broggy as Imu goes on, choosing servitude out of self-interest, covenants. As he speaks, Imu swings his blade, transforming his omen into a ball and chain. A panel of King Harold appears, marked with a covenant brand on his arm. Imu continues, "And the envy that seeks to achieve one's goals, the power of omen." Despite his injuries, Loki rises back to his feet and charges up another attack with Ragnir. Imu hurls the omen toward him, and Loki is visibly shocked by its speed. These form the trinity of what we call domination, Imu declares. The attack connects. Loki is blasted backward in a massive explosion. Still, he refuses to go down. Imu watches him struggle and then asks, "Shall I grant the power of God to stand above all others to you?" Loki coughs, smoke pouring from his mouth. In the next moment, Ragnar appears inches from Imu's calm, collected face. But Imu is already gone. Loki slams into the ground where Imu once stood and mutters that he never asked for anything. Exhausted, Loki drops to a sitting position, wheezing heavily from the damage he's taken. He questions Imu, asking if this power is what he calls God's domination, but then mocks him, saying it sounds more like a contract with the devil. Suddenly, Imu is right behind him. Loki is shocked, and he didn't notice Imu was there. Imu speaks quietly. God. Devil. What is the difference? Loki immediately forces himself back up, turning with Ragnar in hand. He fires back, saying he doesn't care. No one lords above him. Imu pauses for a moment before responding. Domination is the only true bliss in this world. We then see a brief flash. Imu recalling a conversation with two silhouetted figures, one of them asking, "Isn't that right?" Imu almost seems lost in thought, like he's drifting. Loki takes advantage of that moment, preparing another attack while Imu stands there distracted. And then out of nowhere, "Isn't that right, Joy Boy?" Imu erupts, his haki surging violently from sheer emotion. And with that, we close out the second part of the chapter. So, starting with Seb, what are your thoughts on this section, my boy?
Okay, so I really did find it interesting what Imu was saying and conveying to Loki about this, like, evil, demonic, holy trinity of powers, like corruption, covenants, the power of the omen. It basically creating this trinity, and like how they fold into one another and beget the other, right? Corruption, like it's you lust for power, you're easily corrupted, right? You'll be corrupted so you can gain power, you know, and then you choose servitude for that power. You'll become a slave for the power, making the covenants. And then the envy to seek to achieve your goals and things becomes the power of your covenant, and that creates this holy trinity. It was really, really interesting. It's like he calls it domination. And as we see, everything Imu's about is dominating the world. He wants world domination. He's basically had it, but not to the degree that even he believes. He says he's still trying to create Mu's perfect world. So what does that exactly look like? Is everybody just Dami reversied? It made me think back to the covenanted, whatever. It made me think back to that theory that I think, is it O'Hara? I think dropped about him trying to create the Dami reversi around the world with the bridges. I was really interested in that. And then Loki, you know, fighting in the pocket, getting rocked from in these moments, but still like having this conversation with him. I thought that was really dope. And like Imu just looks so powerful. Like he's so casually dealing with Loki when he's focused. And him appearing behind him and saying like, God, the devil, what's the difference? He's so lost in his own like grandeur. Like it doesn't matter. I am he. Like it doesn't matter to him whether it's God or the devil, et cetera, et cetera. But to him, he's like, there is no difference, right? And it made me think back a couple of things, because Loki then goes, I don't give a crap. Nobody lords it over me, right? And then domination is the true bliss of this world is his response to that, saying, isn't that right? Thinking of Joy Boy getting distracted and then reacting in the way that he did, thinking back to Joy Boy. And it made me think back to Doflamingo's speech at Marineford, where he says, whoever wins this war becomes justice. So basically, I don't know if he had this conversation with Joy Boy or he just knows these are their two ideologies in contrast. But he thinks back to him and he goes, oh, domination is the only true bliss in this world. Joy Boy represents freedom, seemingly. He represents everything Luffy stands for about breaking these chains and being happy and all the things that Luffy represents. And then his answer is no. Domination is the only true bliss in this world. Isn't that right? Because I won. I won. You lost. My answer to this proposition is the correct one. Isn't that right, Joy Boy? That's how I viewed this moment. This is Imu basically saying, no, I won, therefore my answer is correct. Joy Boy was wrong. And this is why he, for the first time ever, reacts this way, where he has the traditional One Piece face, where your mouth gets elongated and you're not calm and you're goofy, you're quirky. Like, he's enraged at the thought of Joy Boy. And it's because he's like, yo, I shouldn't still have to do this. I won that war. And I'm still dealing with the remnants and the history of this one person. I still have to think about it, and it triggers this from him. I could be headcanoning with a little bit of that.
I like that perspective.
But that's...
I thought about it differently.
Okay, but that's how...
I'll tell you the truth. I don't know who's saying isn't that right.
That's fair.
Because they're both laughing.
That's fair. But
Yeah.
even if that's the case, in this moment, he still says it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But I did love getting that little glimpse of Joy Boy looking very Luffy-like in the silhouette. I thought that was pretty cool. I'm assuming that hooded figure is Imu. It could very well be Lily. It could be anybody at this point.
I'm assuming it is Imu too.
I'm assuming it's Imu. But that tells me that they were friends.
Yeah.
He's Joy Boy laughing, and maybe that's just them fighting because Joy Boy could be like if he has the Nika fruit, like he could just be laughing.
Like he's always in year 5? That's annoying.
If he's fighting him, the odds are he was in that mode, right? So it's very possible that he wasn't, but it doesn't seem like there's real hostility going on here.
You're right. He like Itachi. Itachi was always wearing a Sharingan. All of a sudden he died from this illness. Reason why he lost. Joy Boy 2, bro.
Maybe. But
in Gear 5.
I was really fascinated at that, and I actually have a really like a mini theory, but I'll wait until the chapter's done to kind of go through it entirely because it does take to the next part of the chapter, part of the theory too.
Yeah. That's gonna be the meatiest part of the chapter.
But I really did like Loki's like defiance and everything he was saying. It did make me think back to the Maki or the demonic hockey or whatever the people are calling it now. As Omen, like if that is just what it is. Ultimately, I'll wait for Oda to let me know what that is exactly. But I really was like fascinated at that part of the chapter because I wasn't expecting Imu to react like this.
Yeah,
and I will say, this might seem like I'm an idiot because I very well could be for thinking this. But the fact that we're getting this Imu now, this I don't want to say early, but this early, I might be wilding. I don't know that bodes well for him being the final villain. Like I didn't think we would get this from him. This kind of reaction, this type of, I don't know how to explain it. But to me, like, this was supposed to come a little later if he's going to be the final villain. But maybe I'm tripping.
I disagree.
I disagree too.
But I just gotta say, if you think he's reacting this way towards Loki, imagine when he sees Luffy in the Nika form.
Bro, I gotta get into my thing later, bro.
Okay.
I gotta get into it later. But that's it for me.
That's it for you? Okay. Law, you ready? Or I could go to Lionel.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All
right. Imu says domination. I couldn't help but read it as first domination. Like domination, domination, and I was like,
you're low key inappropriate because you're thinking of Dami mommies. I know it, bro. I know it. We all think about Dami mommies. Okay.
But anyway, that gives me the possible hint to what Dami Reversi is, kinda, right? And so, hear me out. It's a small thing I just kind of thought of. Emo is possibly making the person's inner vices, like lust, self-interest, and envy, and making them dominate the person, or influencing them by corrupting them and making them covenants with them to do his will. So that's what I thought of. Like, this is what he's doing. Dami Reversi, domination. So that's what I thought of what Emo was doing, but him apart, how he's taking control of other people. So I thought that was very, very interesting.
You're going to want to hear what I got to say then.
All right, cool.
We're on the same boat.
All right. That's the mini part I had there. I'm going to let you take care of the rest for that part. So I also noticed, I don't know if anyone else saw this, Emo kind of looks like to be in the form we normally see him in the flashback, and not the form we see him now fighting.
Yeah.
So I thought that was very interesting. Like, the one we normally see him in with the little cloak or the little head thing or hoodie, whatever thing he's wearing, and with the flashback with Joel, but he looks to be in that form and not the form we see him now. So I thought that was very interesting. I was like, hold on. So I kind of thought of like, he adopted that form later on, but what if that's just like his walking around form? Or it could be that's his walking around form and his awakened form, like someone alluded to, is this form now, just like how Luffy's awakened form is the Nika. That it could be that as well. So, and so it's a little bit what Sebastian was saying here too. So Imu and Joe Boy seem to be cool at first because it seemed to have this conversation, right? And also some people thought about it in the past, like what was the relationship? Was it always beef or was it like whatever, right? So I actually kind of thought of at first when I first saw them talking, I actually kind of thought of the Avatar: The Last Airbender. When everybody was living in harmony, everybody was cool, then the Fire Nation attacked. Like, everybody was chilling, and Imu was just like, go get him. Like, just trying to attack everybody,
It's
right?
like, from belly, he in the bed. I don't like that. I don't like that.
It also kind of reminded me of this is a funny note. Remember the movie Three Strikes?
Yeah.
When he's surrendering, like he's like nothing going on, then that one cop is just like looks around. He got a gun! And they all just start shooting, and they start this battle for no reason at all. Everything's fine, everything's chilling. Then he was just like, yo, pull the trigger, like put it in, boom, it goes off, right? So I thought of that, but on a different note,
It's like Q and Bishop from the movie Juice.
Imu let
Like, why you go crazy like that, bro?
exactly.
Imu let his evil thoughts win.
Pretty much, he let himself be down
thoughts.
So, but all right. So that makes you think of. I kind of seen their relationship here. Makes you and it may not be true about the whole Imu and Joe Boy's relationship. We don't know yet, but it makes me so much want to see more the Void Century and that time in the war.
Facts.
Like so much more because like we're getting a little piece of here, and it's now that they're talking here.
Not yet though.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get it yet.
I want to see it, but not yet.
And I thought it was very funny in that statement. We even got. I feel like it could have been even the title of this chapter. Isn't that right? We got it 3 times.
Yeah.
We got Oda say, Harold saying it. We got Joy Boy or Emo saying it in a flashback, and we got Emo saying it now. So isn't that right? I feel like that could have been the title. First, it seemed to have a certain meaning behind it. Isn't that right? Right. But the real thing I want to add here, right? And I may be a little late on this take on this, but I also this section here made me think of what possibly could have even started the conflict between them or others, right? And I think it was due to their different in inherited wills and freedom, right? Mm-hmm. And what I mean by that is, right, like this mini flashback here made me see the different inherited wills and freedom in One Piece. Like I'm gonna use these people as an example. Look at emus, doflamingos, anels, crocodiles, and even arlongs, for example. Their inherited will and freedom was to dominate others or even control others' freedom, right? Whereas Rock's, Blackbird, and possibly even Davy's inherited will and freedom is to gain, seize power, or in rulership in their freedom, right? Like their freedom was to rule, while Doflamingo their inherited will and freedom was to control and dominate others, right? Whereas in Joy Boy, Roger, Shanks, Luffy's, and Ace's inherited will and freedom is to live freely, right? So I think some of them are going to clash obviously with each other, as in we clearly see that Emus is obviously going to clash with everyone else's because one's trying to live freely and one's trying to rule. But like the way we saw Rocks in trying to rule, I didn't see him in a way trying to dominate others the way Emu is. He's just trying to rule and whatever, right? So I feel like because of that, people are tend to clash through their indifference inherited will that they have within themselves, right? I also believe that Garp and Dragon actually have the same inherited will and freedom. And there is, and possibly even Sabo, and that is, I believe their inherited will and freedom is more structured and organized as a way to protect or protecting their freedom or others people's freedom. Right? And the reason I say that is because, like, for example, there's more as an order, as in, remember the whole, you especially brought it up, in Empo Down, when Hannibal was telling Luffy why you can't do this, right? Because you're going to affect all the other people's freedoms because now you're letting these vicious, violent criminals attack the world. We can't let them free. Luffy's like, I don't care about any of that, right? Luffy's like, I'm going to live free. I'm going to do whatever I want, regardless, whatever. Where I believe Garp, right, giving that statement why he wouldn't join Roger, he mentioned who's going to protect, the ones who can't protect themselves, right? Mm-hmm. And then if you kind of seem like our Dragon Lily shares that, but goes in about a different way than Garp does it. because Dragon actually hates violence, but he believes that people need to be protected, but they also need to learn to fight for themselves, you know? So I believe that they kind of share, Garp and Dragon kind of share, and Sabo share something similar, but the way they're going about it is differently, right? So I believe these are, and there's obviously, I believe there's more different inherited wills and freedom in that way, but we're going to see that some people clash with each other in that aspect because we saw, not that they were full-on enemies like that way, but they clashed heavily, as in a Roger and Rox, and kind of even a Garp and Roger, because their structure is different. Because in a way, the way Roger wants to have his freedom and others, Garp and them can view as a danger why they clash, because he's a Marine and he's a pirate, and how literally a pirate and freedom literally coexist with each other, or like they're like this embodiment of freedom.
Yeah.
So I thought I believe that. So going to what I'm saying is that I believe that Emu and Joy Boy could have been cool friends, whatever, at first, but eventually their inherited wills of freedom grew to clash with each other to battle. Whereas in, like Sebastian kind of saying, isn't that right? He believed the best way for people to live, right, is for me controlling them and dominating them. I control this, their freedom in that aspect. Where we look at Joy Boy, we hear from Vegapunk saying that he was creating these ancient weapons for people to live freely with. But if someone's using it as a danger, no, the cause of people freely using these things is going to cause such and such. That needs to be controlled. Where Joy Boy is like, nah, everyone should have this power. Everyone should have this stuff. One can view it as a danger. So I believe these are just examples of that mindset where their freedoms or their inherited wills clash with each other and why they became enemies to the point where they did, you know?
So what Law is basically saying, Emu was a radical right-wing Republican, and Joy Boy was a radical left-wing Democrat. No, you know what's crazy? I think this might have been... I think you've said many good things on this pod throughout the years, but I think you took notes on this too, right?
Yeah.
All right. I think because you took notes on it, I think you nailed probably one of your best takes I've ever heard, ever. Like, seriously.
Thank you.
I think that the way you involved all these intricacies and also put it all back together was phenomenal. I think this is something I'm definitely going to chop up because it speaks about, like, how freedom of choice is also a freedom of oppression to some others. So this was great, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really messed with that take.
When my name come up,
Mar's so funny,
bro. Oh, man. But I think, that's all I have. There's one thing I just want to add, only because I thought it was just funny, right? I meant to say it earlier, but I kept forgetting. Loki, I thought of like Loki's ability on you know how he's able to use lightning, fire, and like ice. I thought of Todoroki from My Hero, but I also thought of
I already know.
Warm Water from New Girl. Remember
Fire and Ice,
Fire and
baby.
Ice. Remember what's his Coach?
It was Coach and Winston. When they teamed
up together, it's like fire and ice when they teamed up together. Warm water. It was so stupid.
My god!
But I thought of that one. It's like warm water.
Yo, New Girl is so good, bro. New Girl is hilarious. Like, I think you really like it, man.
Isn't that one girl who roommates with like 3 guys?
Yeah.
Alright, why's your face? It's not even like that. I don't know.
It's not like that.
I'm a change man. I don't let lust control me like y'all.
No,
okay?
man. They weren't letting lust control them either, bro.
Right.
Except, never mind.
Right.
But I thought of that and it made me laugh. So
yeah. Anything else?
No, that was it.
All right, Lionel.
I had a little bit similar thoughts to Lawrence, but not fully. But my mind went something way different, and it actually goes to more towards the Bible a little bit. So I was focused on what I would say Loki. I was focused on what Emu was saying, right? When he says, "When power so lusted after is so easily gained," and he says corruption. And I realized who did he focus on? He focused on Dory and Bargy, and you could think of the whole giants. They're the symbol of power, and their fight for 100 years is to prove who was stronger, but also like their warrior spirit and so like you could say like that goes in towards like power gaining like way. Like they're already powerhouses and they wanted more power and like that kind of mindset. I didn't go in more too deep into that. Then he says the same thing. I mean, not same thing, but he says something similar to like choosing servitude out of self-interest. And he says covenants, but who you think of is Harold. And really, that's Harold's whole story. Like really, a person who was just like Dorian Bragi, who was a self-centered warrior person, but ended up changing, meaning a woman, changed his whole idea that now he could live for himself, but he chooses to serve others to sell his soul to save Elbaf to be a peaceful nation. Like this, you understand? Like that was whole Harold's life story. Now, this is the part I find interesting. When he says the envy part seeks to achieve one's goals, there's no other picture there. But who do you see? You see him, Imu himself. He said the power of omen. I mean, maybe I'm thinking too much deep into it, but I thought of that was probably Imu's. Like servitude was serving others was Harold's. Power was the Giants, but envy was Joy Boy. I mean, was
Imu to Joy Boy.
Yeah, but not just to Joy Boy. I thought of what did other people say? They I remember what Rock said to Imu. He said Davy Jones was the first king, and Imu got upset. Like he wasn't, whatever. And now we see a little bit of flashback of we don't know who it is. We just know it's most likely Joy Boy or Nika or whoever, and with somebody else. And he thought of that moment. I said the only people heavily distressed that who torments Imu for even 800 years to now that he's obviously focusing on. I'm not adding Ninghad because I don't know their whatever, but he doesn't really mention Ninghad. But most people he mentions Joy Boy one or Nika. Then the other one is Davy Jones Davy Jones, the posse first king. And I said I wonder there's a possibility that he envied them. Like he became friends, but eventually he envied them because you go by admiration and respect that turned into envy and wanting what they had or whatever they had. And so that turned into whatever he is now. And I'm thinking of, again, that changed their relationship because I thought of because you have, you have that type of relationship. Like they were close and, bonding, maybe, both of them. But, Imu turned and whatever. We don't know exactly what happened. But I also thought of who also did the same thing.
Satan.
Yeah. Satan, who was close, was God's son, but envied and wanted God's power and position, but knew he couldn't get it. So he maneuvered things in a way to so that he could somehow get it. And I thought even the wording itself, he says, God and, the devil. What is the difference? The devil means, it means slander. Well, God actually means, a mighty one. But even the Bible describes a God as anything that anything could be worshipped as a God. Like God doesn't necessarily mean a powerful spirit or powerful person or whatever. It can mean anything that you turn into. Even the Bible says your belly could be your own God because that's what you worship. If you so get consumed or focus on eating food itself, like that's all you do. That's all you want to do. You're worshiping food itself to your belly. That's your God. That's what you're gonna say.
I would say in a way like anything you put above anything and everything else that becomes your God is what Lionel's saying.
Yes. And I thought that's interesting as well. So there's a possibility that Imu had we probably saw it, had a somewhat relationship with, Jobo or Davy Jones. And I thought of what other relationships we saw it. And I saw of a king and another person. So I really thought of, there could be mirror images, which Oda always does, of Harold and Rocks. Or Odin and Whitebeard or other people who were part of a kingdom or whatever that could have mirrored Imu's actual life. Somewhat, to a degree, obviously pick and choosing certain things or certain ways, or even Doflamingo, as Xebec. Like there could have been a mirror image of one of their stories that could have predicting Imu's, and it became some admiration and respect. But also, argue Blackbeard admirized and respected Whitebeard, but eventually, what did he do? He ended up turning on him, and ended up wanting to get his power. And that could have been another mimic of what Imu did. Again, we don't know the whole story, but the fact that he said Imu is the characteristic and described as the devil, but he's actually showing certain things as that. But we saw even if you look at it, I was looking at the in my studies, so I'm gonna skip a little bit, but it says describing the devil overall. But I'm gonna skip a lot because I'm just gonna read this part. It says it's describing what he did. It says each one is tried by being drawn out and enticed by its own desire, and which Lawrence was also saying and referencing, and I think you did it too. Then the desire, when it has become fertile, gives birth to sin. In turn, sin, when it has been accomplished, brings forth, it brings up death. But if going off that describes the devil's journey. That he let these thoughts, his mind go to a darker thought process, greed, envy, whatever, that led him to become the devil. And then look, and we know our situation now. Like Imu's really another version of that, and I think that's what Oda's kind of applying. So Imu's like God, devil. What's the difference? Because again, anything that you've been worshipped could be a god. So Imu could have wanted to worship or whatever that he became a god, like he's the god of the world. But also he's also a devil because what his image, his power, like his influence of what he's doing is all that like the devil. So like that's the thing. Oda's playing with these certain words, but they also have somewhat meaning to the Bible and also the story of One Piece or even Imu's past. That's my mind went, because I sort of why didn't nobody was there except because in the covenants, that's what I thought the corruption covenants. Though he emphasized those two, but he didn't do that. But when he saw Imu, and that's what I thought that could be linked to Imu's past, especially seeing later on a mini flashback of Posse involving Imu as well. Because again, I literally got shocked when I saw Imu have that reaction. It's not right, Joy Boy. And that made me think, all right, for you to have that reaction, that means there's way more to the story of you guys just being enemies. It could be enemies, but that's what I was thinking of Imu could have felt betrayed at some point, or Imu betrayed them at one point. Like, the betrayal had to be involved, because, like, again, just like the devil betrayed God, and betrayal is such a heavy thing. Like, betrayal to anyone, to anything, like, it hurts deep, it cuts deep, it could last years of pain. And to me, I feel like Imu's anger could have been towards an enemy, but it also could have been something deeper that makes him react that way. Because Imu is not reacting that way to anybody. We see that when he feels Joy Boy, he's like he fell to his knees, Joy. Like, every time you bring up Davy Jones or Joy Boy's name, or you make some reference to them, their power or whatever, or he thinks back to them, he's always having a weird, anguish, angry, upset, or like harsh memory or intake. Like he loses it every time. And besides Lilith too, but like there's certain people, there's triggers to there's triggers to Imu's past that he just loses it when you bring up these things. We see it even in the throne room. When you bring up Lilith and you bring up D, immediately he turned into the monster. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was thinking, there has to be more of than just enemies. And that's why I actually thought of the whole Mihawk thing. Because tying into it, and I bung up the betrayal thing, because if you look at Mihawk's past, or to bung up that Mihawk is like has a distaste of life or whatever, because something happened that he felt a big betrayal in his life, and now his luster for life or luster for whatever is not fully there anymore. That's why he doesn't really care that much anymore. Like the way Oda described it, but you're saying that Mihawk felt a great betrayal. And I thought of that's like whole Imu and Mihawk link. So I think of something good. I don't know if Imu felt betrayal. We know the betrayal was portrayed with Lilith in the mistaken betrayal, and he felt towards that way. But it could have been something more with Joy Boy and them. It could have been he felt he was betrayed, and he actually ended up doing the betraying itself. So I don't know, but like that's where my mind went when I saw these things and thinking about what Imu was saying. And I think that's I think and that's it.
Real quick, I'm surprised you didn't add to your part. I don't have anything long on it. But it's just funny how, because Imu says the whole, what's the difference between God and the devil? I'm surprised you didn't say, because you're alluding to the entire timeline, where, like, Satan, the devil, in a way, he's, like, showing that Imu is that or whatever, and symbolically in the One Piece version, that Satan, the devil, is called the god of the system of things. Yeah. Or the god of Earth, right?
I probably forgot.
He's literally called that in the Bible. And in a way, he's the devil, but he's also called the God in the Bible. And Imu's saying, what's the difference between the God and the devil? So I thought Lara was going to make that connection or comparison. So I just made it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You finished?
Yeah.
All right. I'm genuinely getting more interested in Imu. The more he speaks. The more he breaks. Oh.
So one more thing. And I think it's funny that how Oda's making Imu speak as to the King James Version of the Bible. If you read the King James Version, like art thou, whatever, that's how they speak in the King James Version. So like he's really making them speak in an old biblical reference way. I just forgot to mention it too as well.
Yeah, so the way Imu be breaking down these like corruptions and covenants and the power of Omen feels very deliberate. It almost reads like a philosophical system, almost. And to me, it echoes the idea of the 7 deadly sins. Pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, and sloth. If Imu is pulling from that framework, then some of these connections feel pretty clear. While Dorian Brogy, you could argue lust, not necessarily in a literal sense, but in terms of desire and indulgence in battle and glory. I know it's Imu speaking probably about himself, but I sort of interpreted what Imu was saying was Oda trying to say this about Loki too. So with Loki, envy makes the most sense. His anger, his resentment, and his drive all stem from what was technically stolen from him, right? Throughout his life. Harold is where it gets interesting. At first, you could argue either greed for his sin or pride. But the more I think about it, pride fits much better if his servitude was something he accepted to elevate himself to gain status, like Lionel said, legacy or control over Elbaf's future, then that's not humility. That's self-exaltation. How do you say that word?
Exaltation is correct.
Right. And in a culture like Elbaf, where pride is everything, that becomes even more dangerous. So Harold may have sacrificed for the future, but in doing so, he was still operating within that prideful framework. And that's exactly what Imu exploited. So I would say those are the 3 sins. What I really like here is what Oda is doing thematically. When you combine pride, lust, and envy, you get a mindset where the self is everything. Others are either tools or obstacles, and desire overrides morality, right? That's the foundation of ego-driven evil. Pride becomes the root, and envy and lust grow from it. Now, that ties directly to the celestial dragons. They see themselves as superior. Yet they're constantly being driven by like dissatisfaction, or they're resentful of anything they don't have, and they're obsessed with control and indulgence. Everything becomes about serving the self. That's why Imu calls it domination. But Loki pushes back on that, and I love this moment. Instead of calling it domination, he calls it what it really sounds like: a contract with the devil. And that hits because Loki, despite being selfish as hell at times throughout this damn story, he has still shown he can put others first. Then Imu responds with one of the coldest lines in the chapter. God, devil? What's the difference, Loki? That line says a lot. To Imu, it doesn't matter how you frame it, whether it's divine authority or demonic temptation. Both paths lead to some type of control. Both are just justified interpretations of power. In his mind, domination is the end goal, and the method of getting there doesn't matter. So this is where I'm going to have to lean on the twins a little bit, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I wondered why Oda made these 3 sins. I said, what? Why did Oda choose these 3 sins? Why did he choose pride, lust, and envy? So here I go, right? And this is why it leads perfectly into Joy Boy's connection. We see these 2 silhouettes, very likely Joy Boy and Imu, laughing together because there's laughing signs. If that really is Imu, he doesn't have the crown yet as well, so you can see this is before a time everything changed for him. So what were they laughing about? And this is where like me and Lawrence kind of agree that it's basically, if Luffy represents Joy Boy's will, and Luffy's dream is to be the freest person in the world, then Joy Boy likely had that same ideology. But what if Imu misunderstood that idea in that moment? To me, what Imu is saying is probably what Joy Boy said in the past and said it to Imu. And Joy Boy is the one that says, "Isn't that right?" and starts laughing. And him and Imu start laughing. And that's where the difference of freedoms come into play. So, domination is the only true bliss, right? That's what he says. That moment, they shared everything. Laughing together could have been the same idea, just interpreted in completely different ways. And that would explain why Imu reacts so emotionally when he says Joy Boy's name. That's not just anger. That's history. That's someone who knew him, stood beside him, and ultimately diverged from him in a fundamental way. So, this is where it gets kind of deep. Since the chapter is titled God and Devil, it made me think of a relevant biblical parallel, specifically Gospel of Matthew 4:1 through 11, where Satan tempts Jesus in the wilderness. First, Satan challenges Jesus to turn stones into bread, appealing to physical need and desire. Jesus rejects this, saying, man does not live on bread alone, but on the word of God, showing restraint against easy material. The devil shows his envy with Jesus the same way Imu is tempting Loki's envy or himself in the past. Then Satan takes Jesus to the pinnacle of the holy city, to the temple, and tells Jesus to throw himself down, trying to provoke pride and force divine intervention. Again, Jesus refuses, saying you should not test God. This shows the devil tempting Jesus' pride the way Imu did with Harold in the covenant. Finally, Satan shows Jesus all the kingdoms of the world and offers them to him in exchange for worship, absolute power, and domination, handed to him instantly. Jesus rejects this as well, choosing faith over control. This shows the devil tempting Jesus with lust, the same way Imu tempted Dorian Bragi with the diabolical covenant Domi Reversi. So, what's important in this pattern is temptation through lust, pride, and envy. And that lines up closely with what Imu is describing. Power that corrupts when gained too easily, envy that drives ambition, and servitude chosen out of self-interest, which ultimately ties back to pride. In that sense, this moment reflects exactly what Imu was saying about human nature, but from the opposite perspective, where Jesus rejects those temptations with Satan. Maybe so did Joy Boy with Imu. And Imu and the devil represents someone who embraces them. That's what this makes me feel like masterclass writing. It's just not a fight. It's a clash of philosophies. So I wanted to see what y'all thought about that because I had to do some work for that one.
Nah, that was actually really good.
Yeah.
Like tying it to because like you said, what Satan tried tempting Jesus with, there are different aspects there, right? And you're not wrong with those aspects. You know, about like about what he's attacking with and how obviously Jesus rejected them all. But what Satan was trying to target, so you got to get Jesus to do anything, to Satan's will, so to speak, or what he wanted. You know, but you don't want to involve yourself in anything what Satan is doing. You know. But also, I think that was really good. Actually, well done.
Yeah, thank you. Took some time.
No, it showed, bro. That was really done.
I was like, yo, why would he choose these three sins? And then I looked up. I was looking through the Bible, and I was like trying to figure it out, like where could have possibly have been where these three sins have been in one place, and then it brought me straight to Matthew 4:1 through 11, and I was like, no, this is not coincidence. Like, like the three times he tempted Jesus, right, was considering those sins, and one we also see Imu with three skulls. We also see like pairs of three throughout this show all the time. And then his connection, obviously, and then the title, obviously. And I'm like, nah, this is crazy now.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
No, that was good because like I actually thought of too, like when I was talking about the wills thing, I thought of the three thing, and I thought of asking, are there three different types of wills in the One Piece world? But I think there's only three. That's why I said I went with Emus, Davies, and Joy Boys, like different ones. But I thought of no, because then there's like Dragon and Garps in a way, and I think it's kind of different from all of theirs, you know. But no, yeah, there's definitely something with the three that Oda is using, you know.
Yeah, and before I wrap up, I've got to give Loki his props. His durability and endurance here, brother, they are insane. He gets impaled through the chest. He's still dealing with injuries from the Holy Knights. And then he takes a full Omen attack head on and still gets back up, trying to counter. And he tries. Like, he comes very close. So I'll say it clearly. Right now, Loki has shown greater raw durability and endurance than Zoro. And that's saying a lot because Zoro is one of the best in the series in those categories. So, yeah, Loki got that over Zoro for sure. I told you I was going to go to the end of the chapter with it, bro.
Yeah, nah, his durability was crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
Super crazy. Mm-hmm. Let's do 5 super chats and then jump right into the chapter, and then we'll read the rest of the super chats. But guys, if you haven't liked the video yet, please like the video.
Yeah, we got a couple big super chats, so I'm gonna read those 5. We got 100 from Green Bull Glazer.
Thank you so much, brother.
It says, "Hey Baldies and Grand Regent Larry. I told Larry I would donate 50 last week, but I got busy at work, so I'm on break and doing 100.
Oh, brother.
My bad, Larry. Please let me out of the basement. Shout out my girl Becca. What's up, Becca?
Shut up, Becca.
Hashtag getting topped while watching top. That's crazy. I don't think Becca would appreciate you saying that. Hashtag Lawmu. Hashtag Blaxican tax. Hashtag let me out, Larry."
Bruh.
So, considering she's with you, you're both in the basement.
At work somehow?
Stay there because you both are nasty. You both are nasty, okay?
We did get another 50 from Birdman.
Wow, you guys are sending too much. Stop.
It says, "Yo, I just want to say thanks, Larry, for the thought out answer to the ace question you could have just said because I like the guy and it would have been fine." This is from last week's call-in stream. I don't know if you remember. You jumped back in for it. Also, I'm sorry, Seb, for setting you off by mentioning Sabo, but I appreciate your input. I crashed out just a little bit on Sabo as a character. It's Larry. I don't blame you. I blame Larry.
Why? What'd I do?
Because I wasn't gonna give my take on Sabo, and you were like, I think y'all would appreciate Seb's take, like mad.
I got you back for Rage Bait and Lawrence.
I didn't rage bait Lawrence.
Yeah,
bro.
you did.
I did not rage bait Lawrence.
Yeah, you did, bro.
I did not. We got another 20 gifted memberships from the FedEx guy, so thank you so much.
Thank
Pull the
you
knock
guys
one fist
so
up,
much.
or throw the new emojis out in the chat. We got another 20 from the High Time Gaming. It says, "I can't wait for the stream. Been homesick. This chapter was a banger." Feel better, man. Hashtag Loki the True King. Hashtag Larry Tax. Hashtag Best Book Club. Keep up the great work. Y'all are the reason I keep reading the manga. P.S. Marv, what's up with your top list? LOL.
Yo, we're gonna get it every day, bro. Lionel, do you have anything like tips wise to get over how he's feeling right now?
I can't.
Yo, Lionel, he on the streak, man. He on a streak, bro.
I think it's because we keep mentioning it now. Let's do one more and then final part
It's
of the
that
chapter.
AG1, you know?
Yeah. Get your AG1 link in the bio in the description of the video.
I really got the boxes out.
Have you been enjoying it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to try that berry one, though.
Wait, the one I gave you was the citrus one?
Yeah.
Does it taste good?
It's okay.
Yeah? I like the berry one. I ran out. Have you felt the difference?
No, yeah, I do feel the difference. Yeah, I do, actually.
Yeah.
He here, bro. That's proof positive enough.
Oh, my God.
Shut up.
It's true. I mean, am I tripping? Am I wilding fat?
You're so rude. You're a rude person.
Number 5.
Last one.
From Dumbfounded Expression. Do you think that with strong enough Conquerors hockey, you could escape from the mirror world like Super Boo escaped from the hyperbolic time chamber? Everything possible with hockey, man.
I really hope so. I would love that, honestly.
I think so. For sure. You think Roger gonna stay stuck in the mirror world?
Right. That's facts, though.
He's going to be like, you got to add more mass, right?
All right. For the final part of the chapter, we cut back to the Warriors School. And the first thing we notice is hockey erupting across the island. Luffy immediately feels it. He's panicking while stuffing his face with food, talking through a full mouth. I need more food. I've got to eat more. I've never felt anything like this before. Damn, it's so heavy, so intense. What is that guy's hockey? I can't fight on an empty stomach. More.
Okay.
All right, bro.
He did not show your conquer at all, bro.
Why is he talking like that?
That's your Luffy voice, bro?
We then cut back to Loki and Imu. Loki's previous attack finally connects, and he actually lands a hit on Imu. But He immediately notices something's off. Imu is distracted. Loki calls it out, questioning what's wrong, and comes to the conclusion that Imu simply doesn't respect him enough to take him seriously. As he says this, Loki sends Imu flying across Elbaf, crashing him straight into Yggdrasil. Imu lifts his head, and what he sees is Loki now in his dragon form. Imu says to himself, Nidhogg. Loki charges up another lightning attack, aiming directly at Imu. This time, Imu responds differently. He uses both hands to form Omen. Loki unleashes Thorheim, infused with Conqueror's Haki, but Imu completely negates the attack. Then, for the first time, Imu reacts. He thinks to himself, so, thou art back, and smiles. And with that, we close out the chapter. Lionel, let's start with you, and then we'll pass it to Seb.
I don't have much here, but I thought of pretty much Luffy sensing Imu's haki. And it kind of goes into the whole how malicious, because he said it's so intense and heavy. So again, Imu's haki is different power wise too, but also it's evil. It's evil. It makes you feel uncomfortable when you feel it. So that's what I mostly got here. But I just thought that's a lot of food, and it's giant's food. Obviously, because Luffy's sitting on it, that's how big it is. He's not, and he's jumping around. He's not even finishing one. He took one bite of that one, jumping on another one, just bro, I don't know if you could finish all that giant food, and I don't know how it's gonna affect you, because I don't know if it's gonna be the same meat he had last time. Remember when he recovered an egghead, and now he's eating a whole bunch of it? I don't know. He's gonna be like Frankie at a point when he had that super cola or whatever. Or Luffy needs to just eat that. I don't know, But I don't have much here. That when Loki sent Imu flying was crazy. Honestly, when he landed like this, reminded me of Doflamingo again. Mm-hmm. I thought it was funny when Imu looks up, you see a big giant dragon like that just in the background. Yes, it just looked funny. But again, I liked it too. Loki nods. And we all know it's the one hit that Loki landed on Imu that he was distracted. It was distracted because he landed. It was a powerful hit, but it was he wasn't himself kind of, and it kind of goes to what Sebastian was saying with the whole Doflamingo. They could have landed here on Doflamingo until he got tricked and Law got Gamma Knife on Doflamingo, and then he started getting hit more. It's I saw something similar to that to effect, but not really. But just another reference. I didn't realize he sucked up the Thorheim.
Thorheim?
Yeah, I didn't fully got what happened. I wasn't sure if he got it in time or not, but
I think he just dissipated it.
I thought he
dispersed it.
Oh.
It's just gone.
I was thinking that he absorbed it and he's going to shoot it back at Loki.
That would be crazy, bro.
I really think that's going to happen.
Absorb it now?
Yeah.
Bro really got the Renegon.
Yeah,
that's what they do in Naruto.
But seeing him smile like that just had me kind of I don't know. I have one thing to say. I just thought it was funny. I just came up with it when I was reading it. It's it's weird that Oda did this, that you have Luffy who ate the Nika Joy Fruit, right? And he's supposed to be light. Then you have Imu, who's supposed to be in a way the Dark Nika, the image of the Dark Nika.
Dark Nika.
Pretty much. I know that's a thing, but I'm trying to think not saying that Imu's that, but it's looking like that somewhat to a degree. Mm-hmm. But I thought that's his main final opponent. And you also have Blackbeard, who's supposed to be the Dark Straw Hat, who has Luffy's supposed to be the Sun God, Light or whatever, who's supposed to bring the dawn. Blackbeard, who brings who has a Darkness Fruit, has black things, something like Imu, like a black power, and he brings destruction. He brings not liberation. What was it? It wasn't destruction. What was it? Luffy brings liberation. He brings the exact opposite. I sort of you have two opposites of Luffy, and those are in a way different versions of of an aspect of their philosophies towards Luffy, and those are both Luffy's posse and his opponents. Right? I mean, Blackbeard and Imu, but it's also the opposite of who Luffy is. Mm-hmm. I thought it was kind of funny that Oda did that. But yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
All right. Seb?
All right. I don't have too much either here. I did love Loki being able to take advantage of Imu's distraction and rocking him and sending him flying like that. I also had Doflamingo vibes where he was impaled with Leo Bazooka. Imu's reaction to the Nidhogg was interesting to me because he's already seen it before.
Yeah. He saw it through Gunko.
Yeah, like he saw the Nidhogg before and basically like called it out by name. So like, what's different now?
Saw it in person.
You know what I mean? I suppose, but like, what's different to him now? Like he's even been attacked with the lightning before too. Like it's not like it's anything new is
I
happening.
saw Nidhogg through 3D glasses.
Maybe because he realized
But
they
now I'm
can hurt
seeing
him
it
a
in
lot
person.
more now.
The only thing I think of, he didn't see who was the wielder of Nimhogg. Now he confirms that it is Loki. Right?
Maybe.
I mean, he guessed that it was Loki.
yeah, well.
But he didn't see Loki transform.
Right.
But I did like that he could do an attack or use Omen to block it. I thought that was cool. Like, it's not just offense. It's
He just throwing
super
gang
defense.
signs,
He's throwing
bro.
gang signs up. Luffy's reaction to the hockey, like, yo, eat as much food as you can, bro, because you're going to need it. You're going to need it a lot. I'm wondering if Luffy will make it in time to fight with, like, alongside Loki against Imu, or will we get Imu versus Luffy head up?
They're going to need both, bro.
Do you think it might be a law situation?
What do you mean?
Oh,
When
my
Luffy comes up to the rooftop and says pretty much Doku says,
No.
your boy.
Don't disrespect Loki like that.
Your boy is
No, no,
do that,
done, bro.
I don't think it's disrespecting Loki. I just think that Emu's that powerful.
I'm not trying to see my boy go out like, oh, man. I ain't trying to see.
I think it'll be more like...
You like, damn it. He's holding his head like, I'm not trying to see that from Loki, man. I'd rather he just die.
But Loki will get back up and then he will fight with Luffy the same way Law did versus Doflamingo.
Law ain't fight for real. He like...
He was fighting with Luffy.
He assisted him a little bit.
No, I'm talking from the moment I'm thinking of. He
No,
didn't
no,
fight.
we're not doing that one. Not that
That's what I'm thinking.
we're not doing
With
that
the
one.
foot?
With the foot? Nah.
No.
That's what I'm
No, 'cause
saying.
then if you're doing that, then that means that's kind of implying that this is Luffy in Imu's final battle, which I don't think that is at all.
Yeah.
In this arc.
It's for the art.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But overall, like, Imu getting distracted enough by Joy Boy to get caught lacking like this is funny. It just goes to show. I always try to tell y'all, man, like, people get caught lacking in One Piece all the time. Doesn't mean you're weaker significantly than another person or whatever. Like, even Imu, he's top tier. He got sent flying. He got pushed all the way back. He ain't look weak when it happened in the way that my guy be looking weak when it happens to him.
That's the difference.
But
That's the difference.
I just want you to know, you get caught lacking in One Piece. It's very possible.
That's true.
But to the other question I was posing about why he said it now, maybe it's the hockey piece that's attached to it. Like maybe he's feeling the Nidhogg's hockey or something like that, like emanating from Loki's attacks. I don't know.
Or the will of Nidhogg.
Yeah, like I don't know. A lot of conversation about their relationship, but he did smile. So I have something for that. I don't know if y'all would want me to do my like theory for Imu and Elbaf now, or wait until Lawrence gives his take and you give your take.
Yeah, I think you should do it after the table's done, yeah. Because
So-
you specifically got something you want to show off.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't have much more, but I will say the distance that he traveled.
Was far,
This
bro.
is Elbaf.
Oh my god.
Like, this is Elbaf. This is like, bruh, that is crazy far. And I love Loki following up.
Yes.
I love that in any series, any attack, when you land clean on dude, follow right back.
Yeah.
Because odds are they're not going to be able to counter. Imu was capable of, so I also love Imu's ability to react real time and be like, nah, we good. I'm not getting hit with that.
Yeah.
I wonder if he recognized that he would have taken significant damage from that attack, though. Like,
Anybody taking significant damage from any attack.
but he also did seem to have marks on him, on his face. So he got hurt at least a little bit from one of the attacks.
I think that it's dry blood. Because he's leaking
Okay.
Yeah.
when he hits the tree,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
the next part, he's not leaking anymore. So it's kind of like he just wiped his face.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or regenerating.
Either way,
Or regenerating. That is true, too.
Oh my god.
shout out to Andy, man.
Lawrence is like, wait, he can regenerate too? Why wouldn't he be able to at this point?
Why not?
Like,
If
why
I can-
wouldn't he
if
be
I
able
can
to?
grant-
Everybody else could.
Yeah, I'm
He
granting
can't.
people the ability to regenerate. Why can't I regenerate?
Oh, it's because I was coughing blood, huh?
But yeah, that's it for me. I'll dive deeper in when I get to the theory part.
All right, Law?
Yeah. I want to say this is the first time that I can remember seeing a Luffy sense hockey and having this reaction towards it. right? Like we seen Luffy react towards
admitting he won't win.
yes, and sensing the danger from it.
He sensed danger before, but saying he won't win is crazy.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Because we saw him against like Admiral's Haki. Wow, they're strong. But still, we never really got a full like we know he sensed it, but we never got a full reaction for him. It kind of looks like he kind of just ignores it or recognizes like yeah, whatever. But even Yonko's Haki, he's like yeah, they're there. I'm gonna fight them. I'm gonna surpass them. But he's eating right now, saying, and he's sensing the danger. Like, yo, it's harsh. It's dense. It's like, and one person is like, he felt like he was suffocating, but that's not what the official said. But it's showing he feels the weight. It kind of reminded me of remember in Bleach? I thought it was so dope.
Reishi?
When Reishi would go down on you, and it was like it would bring you down. Like if you weren't strong enough, you couldn't even stand. And I thought that was dope.
Yeah, because Aizen would just murk you from it.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy about what Luffy said too is that he said, "I never felt anything like this before."
Yeah.
Yo, we seen Joy Boy's hockey now.
Yeah.
Again, it could be the malice part, for sure. But there's also, it doesn't seem that far off from Joy Boy's hockey. I think we just saw Imu in that form, and he went on his knees and was like, "Nah, Joy Boy's is stronger." But I don't know now, yo.
Yeah, Oda's like tiptoeing on different.
Yeah.
Like,
See, that's where I want to know if I feel like it's too much, but Oda's unique in his writing. The hockey, right, and your will matters towards it. Like if someone's will or whatever opposes your will so much, you're gonna react this. Whereas in Joy Boys, right, it had no effect on the people who kind of maybe had a similar inherited will as him. They sense no malice from it at all. Where this one, Luffy's sensing his hockey, and it feels harsh. It feels heavy. It feels dark. Whatever. It's like, what's up with this guy's hockey? Where it's the exact opposite of your will, in a way. So to speak, your inherited will of freedom, Dominations versus living freely. So I wonder if that's a factor here, and also Imu seems to be evil anyway. Like, I wonder if that matters into it, but we don't know yet. This is all me just, like, spitting, like, out there. So... But like Luffy's like knowledge of it, I thought was crazy. But also, it also reminded me. I don't know if you guys saw that picture, and this made me laugh. And the picture wise, and it showed, like for example, it shows my hero after a battle. It shows like the hospital. Mm-hmm. It shows Attack on Titans after a battle. It shows the graveyard. Mm-hmm. It shows Dragon Ball Z after a battle. It shows the gym. Mm-hmm. And it shows One Piece after a battle.
It's a dinner table.
Food. Yeah, it's the dinner table. They're just eating.
Oh, they're having a festival party?
No, it's more like kind of like how,
eating.
It's kind of like how you recuperate or recover.
Yeah,
it's like Attack on Titan. You did it. You just passed. Where what you you just passed Attack on Titan. And my hero's like you're in the hospital. You need medical care. Yeah. And Dragon Ball Z, they hit the gym and started training. And then One Piece is like you kind of just ate, and then you recovered and got me and fought back in battle. Yeah.
We did see Luffy lose a tooth for just drinking milk, and he got his tooth back.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like it shows that difference. So that made me laugh when Luffy was like eating and eating more. And I also thought of too, it's crazy. Hence the danger in here. And I'm thinking how much either Luffy exhausted himself, but also how much energy Luffy believes he needs to fight. Because remember when back on Egghead, and it could be different because it was like apparently fermented shark meat, if that means anything. But it was Elbaf food. Luffy ate one helping of that and was already in Nika form from his whatever fatigued state. This one, like Lana said, he's eating mounds of food that he's sitting on, and where he's like, usually when Luffy blows up like this, he's kind of good to go. He just needs to exercise and he's back in the battlefield. Luffy's in this balloon state already, and he still thinks, I need more to gain enough energy to even try to beat Imu.
And it's good. It's Elbaf.
And that's what it's Elbaf food. Where you saw fermented shark meat, one piece of it, I'm ready for battle.
I better see no limit.
Yo, seriously, that's what I'm so curious how this battle's gonna do, how Oda's gonna do, because again, we know this is not endgame yet. So it's like, what are we gonna get here? Because also too, we gotta remember, right? This is even though I say this is why not endgame, it could be a repeated pattern what Oda kind of already does before. Where Luffy fights someone strong and recognizes where he has to go. Because remember, there's two times where Luffy fought someone and it was his main opponent, and he didn't beat them right then. He kind of lost and had to grow or get better to fight them.
Oh, yeah.
With Crocodile and also Rob Lucci.
Oh,
He got-
Kaido, too, bro.
and Kaido. Like Luffy and in those situations, he fought those two
It happens
and
more
got
often than you
It
think.
happens every fight. Every fight.
But I mean, it's
More
like
than you think,
the
man.
gap in them, you know,
Yeah.
and also too, like also there's other ones where even Aokiji, he never got that fight back, right? Where Luffy kind of also has to recognize what he's dealing with and the level he has to get to, because that's usually you kind of see what happens in those fights. Luffy experiences where the level he needs to be at, how strong the opponent he needs to be is at, and then he kind of works his way towards that, you know. And that's kind of what's probably what we're gonna get here. Luffy's gonna experience Imu and his strength, and then he's going to lose. Then recognize the level he has to surpass to get there to try to fight Imu again. So I believe that's what's gonna happen here, and he's gonna see also Loki, who someone he views as a rival, lose. And then shortly after fights Loki and loses, and Imu beats Loki, he's gonna take you on, and you're gonna lose as well. And he's like, yo, he just took on two of us. Two of his, like, you think about it, right? Imu's like opponents, where his song was Joe Boy, Davy Jones, Nimhog, and Nika, whatever. Or I guess Nika and Joe Boy are just kind of like the same thing, right? In a sense, Joe Boy just took on two of them and beat them.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Isn't that? It adds to it too. So Luffy
I think Imu
sees
just took on
Sanji. He knows us. He's gonna hear Sanji and Zoro got taken out by Imu.
Yeah.
Then Loki gets taken out, and now he gets like,
Yeah.
bro, he just took out my whole team. pretty
Exactly.
much.
My strongest four: Sanji, Zoro, Loki, and Luffy.
And Usopp.
That's before he even showed up. Before he walked in the room, he took out Usopp. But anyway, but yeah, showing like Luffy's gonna be dealing with the level he has to go to. And this thought, right, made me think of, I wonder if Imu fought with Nimhog in the past, and it made me think of, if that's true, because the only reference we kind of got to like Nimhog user was the one we saw a few chapters ago with Nika and that legendary warrior of Elbaf kind of fighting each other. And I was like, was Imu around that time? Like, how far back does he go? Because we know he's in Joy Boy's time, but we're kind of believing, or at least my thought was, that Nika and that legendary Elbaf warrior was before that.
Before that, yeah.
So it's like, for Imu to notice, did you read it in the book, or did you experience the other Nimhog already? Like, did you fight him too? Were you fighting Nika and that, and then later on you fought Joy Boy? Like, how many levels of this generational Nika or Joy Boy did you experience? Did you finish the first one too, with the Nika we saw with the legendary warrior, and then Joy Boy himself, and then later on this new generation Joy Boy as in Luffy, you know, and then also there's now this new generation of Nimhog and Ragnar with Loki. Like, how far back does Imu go? Did he battle all this, and did you keep winning them all, or like what happened here? Like, how, like, what is your warrior or battle history? It made me think of that. Like, how far back does Imu himself go? Because he's calling these people like he knows them, but they kind of seem like they may even predate him, possibly. You know, we're not sure yet. Because even what was it? We had the Garcia mentioning Nika as if they kind of know him too. But then that's when you could kind of rule it out, because Garling did it, and we saw how young Garling was. He wasn't back then. The Garcia, they mentioned Nika. We only saw them old, so yeah. But Garling, you're different. We saw you young. So you don't count. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. And last thing I'm going to say is, like, did Imu just, because we talk about how durable Loki is, but did Imu just take an attack that in a way put down Harrow for the count? Right? Like, in a sense, because like, we don't know exactly the level of it, right? But like, because we also know Imu was off guard because he got distracted thinking about his past. But if he took this attack straight to the face,
Yeah,
so
but his
what?
conqueror's
It
hockey
didn't- it
was
didn't
being
seem-
unleashed at that point.
It didn't
Like, it was
seem
leaking.
as
Yeah.
strong as the Herald attack to me.
What?
When this attack that Loki lands, this
Uh-huh.
doesn't seem as strong as the attack he landed on Herald.
What is the difference?
What would be the difference, brother?
Go look at
No,
that
I think
attack
it's a big
again.
difference, because you look at
Yeah,
because when Harold gets hit, he didn't get set fire. He gets exploded, like explodes out of him. He
One-
dispersed.
What if it destroyed his body?
The lightning summons from the sky to hit Herald, and its conqueror's coated.
You don't know that lightning is summoned from the sky.
We're not seeing it. I mean, maybe.
Well, because like for
but-
example, the thing, it doesn't make lightning; it draws lightning.
But the thing is, too, Harold also said, yo, just tee off. Like, there was no hockey being exerted. There was nothing.
yeah,
He wasn't protecting himself
it's
at
not.
all.
It's not a scaling Herald. I just don't think this attack itself is as strong as that attack was.
But I think what I'm trying to say is the reason why you would think that the Herald attack was stronger is because Harold didn't protect himself with anything. Meanwhile, at least, Imu, at that point, Haki was being exerted from him. And this attack sends him flying across the entire island.
Maybe. So, to me, the only thing is like maybe lightning didn't come from this guy, maybe it did, but I'm thinking it's like, if Ragnar is drawing lightning, that's how he gets lightning? Because do we see it where it just makes lightning? Because we know it just makes ice, right? But most of the lightning we see from Ragnar, it's drawing it from the sky. So if all its attacks are drawing from the sky, that would make this one too drawing from the sky, or it's creating its own. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, it's like, you got to show it a few times so we get the sense. You don't have to show every single attack lightning drawn from the sky. It's like, you just know where it's coming from. You know?
So if the hammer's supposed to be like Thor's, does Thor's hammer do both? Does it conduct lightning on its own, then draws lightning? Because we know it draws lightning from the sky.
Yeah.
But does it also generate lightning from its own? Or every time he does a lightning attack, it's drawn from the sky, and the residue of it as well from the lightning attack stays there?
I don't know. You have to ask Larry for that. I don't know much about Marvel.
Me neither.
Because I remember every time Thor does the thing, lightning comes from the sky, then that's when it's lightning. But Thor, from Marvel, when you see him hits people regularly, it's not always lightning hammered. So that's what I'm like, if it's supposed to be like that, then lightning will always get drawn from the sky every time he does it.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he's drawing from the sky every time he does it, but what doesn't have to show us that he's drawing it from every single time.
Yeah, I think what Sebastian was saying is correct, because lightning does come from the clouds and goes on to Ragnar, and then he hits Harold with it. So I would think that they're the same attack, brother.
Maybe.
In the case of Thor generates lightning
from
his body.
Oh, from his body. Okay.
Yeah.
I just don't know if that lightning strike that Loki had imbued on the first attack is him just doing that same attack, but just not saying it again. Like the lightning is staying stuck inside of Ragnar. Or if he's just creating it. If he's just creating it without using the lightning from the sky, then I would say this is a weaker attack.
I also think just the way the choreography is to me, like, this is Loki catching him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he not doing a full, like, he fully wound up, summoned, was told to tee off, like, all that. Like, it was a much more loaded attack.
I don't know.
This is like, you're not paying attention.
He's still loading up.
No, yeah, go to the
I'm saying there's levels of load up.
You go back. That's where he starts doing it.
I agree because, like, if you look at the first attack, he's saying "tell me" and he's loading up. Then Imu blocks it. But the other time when he's about to attack, when Omen happens,
yeah, but that's a different elevation of position for your enemy. Obviously, Imu is on the ground, so he's gonna have a bigger rotation on his swing, where like he's swinging up on this one.
But I'm saying that when he does this attack, there's still lightning there, but he didn't draw that one from the sky. He just, like, you look at it, he just does it.
But I think this is where it goes. Is the lightning still attached during that collision, or does it when it turned off? Did it just go away? So now he had to reconfigure with whatever lightning he could summon from himself.
This attack right here that he's doing, I don't think there's lightning here, right?
Yeah.
They're not. It's not coming from the sky, right? Or am I tripping? Like, he attacks here.
No.
And there's no lightning here.
No. The next page. Right here.
It's
right
here.
It's here.
But that's not the same level. That's not this.
But no.
You get what I'm saying? Like, to me, there's a difference here.
Yeah.
Between this and that.
One thing is this way. Go back to the other one. This one, you cannot say he's not drawing it from the sky. Like, no, you went too back far.
Saying, which one?
Good.
Which one?
Go again. Here, because look where it's coming from. Like, does it look like it's generating that, or is it coming from somewhere? Because to me, it looks like he's kind of doing the same thing. Because like right here, Loki's not thinking that Imu's distracted already. He's in the middle of the battle,
trying to swing as strong as he can.
And then he mid swing, he noticed that Imu's distracted and continues to swing. And then he goes, the fact that you're still distracted, you're underestimating me, like letting it out. But if you go back here, you can see Loki, before even the wind-up, he's
already loading up.
He's already loading up. Before even the wind-up, you talk about winding up. Before he even gets there, he's loading up a strong attack, building up power. Then with a wide thing, swings at Imu.
Yeah.
You know? Because that little panel right here, where Imu says, domination is the bliss of the world. Yeah. Loki's already loading up and charging the swing at Imu for that attack that Imu gets distracted off. So
I'll give him that. I mean, shout out to Big Imu, man.
Other than his durability,
Took that.
But yeah, it could be also his Conqueror's like lessened it because he let out a Conqueror's roar, like in a way like Big Mom did, you know? So, but yeah, that's all I have.
All right. I was genuinely shocked that Loki landed a hit on Imu. That's something I didn't expect in this chapter. Especially not like this. And honestly, this is the only part of the chapter that felt a little flat to me. It's cool that it happened, but I'm not fully sold on how he got there. Up to this point, Imu has been outpacing and outclassing absolutely everyone. He feels unstoppable. Like there's no real competition, including Loki, as we've seen. So it almost feels like Oda needed to introduce an opening, and the way he did it was by having Imu create that opening himself through distraction, rather than someone truly overcoming him or a strategy to overcome him. It was like, damn, yo, Joy Boy! And then he just gets hit. It's like, what are you doing? And the whole time, it's like, yo, the entire time, he's just basically no-diffing Loki.
Yeah.
The entire time, he's no-diffing. He's like, yo, this is not really an issue for me. And normally, I'd have a bigger issue with that, but then the key detail here is that Loki even acknowledges that the only reason he even got to land that hit was because Imu wasn't paying attention. And I feel like that matters a lot.
Yeah.
And honestly, there's a funny parallel here. People have had theories about Kaido being connected to Loki and Haruden, right? We even had some. But whether that's true or not, the pattern is interesting. Kaido defeated Odin when Odin was distracted. He beat Luffy when Guernica interfered and distracted Luffy. And now Loki defeats Herald because Herald let his guard down and lands a hit on Imu because Imu lets his guard down. That connection is kind of wild. So it's like, yo, y'all both got the same type deal going on, man. But to be clear, this is not a Loki feat in terms of scaling. Just like beating Herald under those circumstances wasn't a clean feat either. I just feel like this doesn't deserve that. If someone is defenseless or distracted, landing a hit isn't the same as overcoming them.
Yeah.
I feel like that's obvious. And I already know people are going to run with, and I can hear Sebastian saying it in the DDT at one point, yo, but Loki hit Imu, so he's above Zoro. And I know that's going to happen.
Oh, definitely.
They're going to avoid the context and just be like, yo, he was the only person to land a hit on Imu out of everybody, including Zoro. So it's like, yo, Loki deserves that credit. But I think that's just ignoring the context. And from what people tell me all the time, you should know that narrative exists, and so does context. So use both when you scale. I think people should, eat their own words. Also, because the moment Imu locks back in, Loki goes full Nidhogg. You never go full Nidhogg. And his Thorheim gets completely negated with ease. And in my opinion, and maybe I'm wrong, I think Thorheim is a stronger attack than what Loki hit Imu with. I might not, many might not agree with me, but he's in full zone form. When Kaido was in full zone form, he used the strongest attack. I feel like when you have a zone and you go full zone, you're going to use your greatest attacks. I feel like this is one of Loki's greatest attacks, unless he does something different. Now, so with that being said, I'm going to keep my word. I said at the beginning, I'd give my updated take on Loki versus Zoro, and I've got my answer. After looking at everything, I do think Loki is stronger than Zoro right now.
Right now?
In its extreme dip. And this isn't a gotcha moment. There are still a lot of variables here. Both of them got handled by Imu with little difficulty as expected. Imu did seem to put slightly more effort into Loki, but at the end of the day, both were getting no diffed. What matters is how they performed. Zoro takes an omen to the face and shoulder and can't continue. Loki takes a full omen, hit to the face, and still tries to counter. In terms of durability and endurance, that edge goes to Loki, undoubtedly. Now, as for Loki landing a hit, I'm not giving him credit for that. I'm sorry, I'm just not. Because even he tells us that the only reason he landed was because Imu was distracted. But when you look at their overall performance against the same opponent, Loki held up better through taking damage and coming back from it. That said, this chapter also reinforced something I've been saying, and I said it earlier. Loki's hockey still feels like it's lacking compared to the top tiers, and I'm not putting Zoro into those top tiers. Meanwhile, I actually think Zoro has better Conqueror's hockey overall, just not the advanced form yet. It's similar to what Katakuri told Luffy. There are levels to the color of armament hockey. I think that applies across the board for observation and Conqueror's hockey too. Zoro's Conquerors might be more refined, I would say very similar to how Cat's armament hockey was to Luffy's, comparable but not in advanced form, would clear for Zoro if he had it, so Loki compensates with everything else. His Devil Fruit, his transformations, and the additional abilities like Nidhogg and Ratatasker, and also being an ancient giant. So he just has the physical stats overall that Zoro would need Advanced Conqueror's hockey in order to compete with. So even if Zoro has the edge in the Conqueror's hockey aspect, Loki's overall kit makes up for it. That's why I've got Loki winning Extreme Diff. If Zoro had the advanced form of Conqueror's hockey, then I would go Zoro even though he lacks the durability and endurance Loki has. I'm a hockey guy. Always have been, except for when it comes to a now. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'll even put down Ace for some hockey, bro. And the last thing I'll say, I never expected to see Imu smile. That moment felt different. It didn't feel like arrogance. It felt almost like nostalgic, the same way Lauren said. Like he's seeing an old friend or an old enemy. And sometimes in One Piece, those lines blur, as we've seen with Roger and Garp. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I almost feel a bit of empathy for Imu. If he really did have a connection to Joy Boy, and if that ties back to Elbaf and the Nidhogg lineage, then this is someone who's been alone for 800 to 900 years after making whatever choice led him here. That doesn't excuse anything he's done. Anything he's done is not excused. But it does add another layer to his character. And now we've got a 2-week break, which is brutal, because this feels like we're right on the edge of something big.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier to Lawrence, I wouldn't be shocked if we did go into the Void Century in the next chapter. I don't know if I want to be there just yet. I've said I don't want to. I really don't want to. I think I love where I am right now. Maybe after we get a past revelation in another arc, but right now I had my fill with the past. The past was great. I don't need it to be superseded by probably the greatest story we're probably going to hear in the One Piece verse.
It would be too much for Elbaf.
It's a little too much.
Yeah.
At this time,
Yeah, don't put all your eggs in one basket, brother. I want it for that next arc.
Yeah, I'm about to hate my theory.
So, but yes, I hope you guys are glad. I tried to make the most sense, but I hope enough of my evidence to prove why Loki would win is enough.
Okay. I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? I'll take it. I don't like extreme diff. I don't think I see that. But, hey, man, progress is progress, right?
Yeah.
Progress is progress. All right. I have a couple. I know you said you had something for the twins, or you
No, that was it.
Oh, you had it from earlier. Okay.
With the Revelations thing.
All right.
The Matthews thing.
I got a couple things. I'm gonna go with the one most pertaining to this chapter, just because it's most relevant.
Yeah.
To start, but if you guys want me to continue with the other stuff, let me know.
Can I pee?
Yeah, man. We
Yeah,
need to
man.
ask you
All right.
permission to go to
No, I was gonna say, bro.
I gotta pee as well.
Yeah.
I have two.
Should we all just like go together?
That's crazy. I'm gonna hold it down and read some super chats in the meantime. Hope y'all aren't targeting Larry specifically or Lawrence or Lionel specifically.
Impossible.
But yeah, guys, like the stream if you haven't already. It does help with the YouTube algorithm. It's crazy out about the dip. This is wild. This will be the first time I'm the only one on the pod, man. Get out of here. Get out. It's me and them time. It's me and them time.
So one person bath.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. I gotta wait anyway, bro.
Number 5 from Pastor C. It says, how long do y'all think Loki could hold back Conquest of the Sea? Longer than Zoro. I'll tell you that.
No,
Longer than Zoro
I
did, bro.
agree.
Probably a few more seconds, you know?
Wait, Is he? Because I feel like if he does an attack, or if is he just blocking it like Zoro did? Because Zoro didn't do
an attack.
Yeah, he didn't.
Right.
Do an attack.
Yeah. So I do want to give him credit for that. Right. I'm thinking even just blocking, I think he lasts a little longer than Zoro does.
Same.
We got another Nakama join the ship in Rat Cup. Welcome. Enjoy all the emojis. Another 5 from Josie Dirts. Ah, man. I feel like I shouldn't read the Larry specific super chats without him here, so I'll skip them and get back to it. Another 5 from Poker. It says, what's the strongest version of Luffy current Kobe can beat? Nothing post time skip.
Yeah,
Nothing. All pre. And honestly, bro,
Marineford War.
I feel like
he's gonna need Galaxy.
He gotta land it, because if he don't land it, he's still not winning.
Yeah.
And honestly, even if he lands it, I feel like Luffy gonna get up.
Honesty Impact?
Yeah. Am I tripping? I might be tripping.
You might be tripping.
I don't give Honesty Impact all that kind of, like, the amount of credit that other people do. I just don't.
If that's all hockey, then Luffy's taking severe damage if he doesn't get up. Like,
cool. Enough to knock him out? Like, knocking Luffy fought Lucci. Like, he knocked out?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. And Kobe was knocked out after he used it. So even if you land that, if Luffy's not done, I don't know, man.
Yeah, but it's Marineford Luffy, and it's still extreme diff. Possibly, Kobe still might lose.
Okay. All right, Larry, you're back. We had a couple that came directly towards you, so I waited for you to read them.
Thank you, brother.
All right. We got 5 from Josie Dirts. It says, Larry, we stood tall, but we must finally stand down. Looks like we could have been wrong. Loki might be stronger than Zoro with the sweating emojis. Insert MJ gun down meme. Oh, man. That meme is hilarious. Another 10 from Born to Have Hockey. Larry, be sure to react to Invincible. Would love to hear your thought process on Mark's experiences. Hashtag Seb's always right. Hashtag Larry PPP fraud. Wow. Hashtag Ryuma not top 5.
I didn't say he was top 5, but okay.
I watched it off stream. I won't be reacting to it unless we get the new episodes next year.
Didn't you had Ryuma at 100, no? Did that not make him top 5? Am I tripping?
Huh?
You had Ryuma at 100, no?
Yeah, he had room at 100.
Would that not have made him top 5? How many hundreds did you have?
Well, technically, he had 102.
No, I had a lot.
Show me your list. I'm pretty sure you had him top 5, bro.
Well, I didn't write the over 100s down, so I changed it. But I'll look anyway.
Another 2 from Wade the Asian. It says Larry really started sniffing, y'all. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Apparently, we was smelling good. Lano was smelling good. Shout out to Lano. Another 24 months at Yonko status, our highest tier of membership. It says, yo, what's up, my boys? What's going on, man? From Aziz. Another 2 from Nightmare Dreamings. Loki switch up got Larry smelling men. Hashtag Rox loves you.
Yeah, I was smelling good, bro.
Did you? Another 2. Another Nakama joined the ship in John Hardy. Welcome. Enjoy all the emojis. Another 10 from Nobody of Importance. Gotta complain about Larry's take on the Saiyans and the Viltrumites. Both Piccolo and Goku could destroy moons/planets and could move borderline faster than light before the Namek Saga even happened.
People be coming at me for these like power scaling of Viltrumites and Invincible, and I'm like, bro, I only watch the show. Like, I be thinking to myself like, yo, I only watch the show. In the very first season, I saw Omni-Man and Mark do incredible feats. Like, these dudes were throwing a baseball around the world.
Yeah.
Effortlessly.
That was the fakest thing in the show, by the way.
And I was like, well, this clearly means that the ball is flying at speeds that just necessarily would contradict all physical like things in the world, like everything. I saw Omni-Man stand on the shoreline of a black hole, and he wasn't even pulled in. Like, that itself, he escaped light. He escaped something that light couldn't escape. And he saved somebody while doing that. Like,
what season was this?
It was after he like leaves Earth.
Okay.
And not only that, I just saw Mark and them go through a planet easily. Like, it didn't even take much effort.
Invincible, Lionel.
No, I never saw one.
And also, Omni-Man pushed a planet out of orbit to freeze it. And he did that effortlessly, too. And he's not even the strongest Viltrumite. He actually gets dwarfed by Thrag. Thrag took a planet exploding to the face and was like, That didn't do anything to me. I seen Super Saiyan Goku on Namek say if the planet exploded, he would just die. From the
I don't think
explosion.
there's a version of Goku that would just survive an exploding planet. Am I tripping? Like if the
yeah.
planet exploded on Goku, he would survive it?
Yeah, after when he reaches Cell. So the difference. So the thing I was telling people, I was like, okay, so when you go to Cell, like the Cell Saga, when you get to Cell and he's perfect Cell, he's able to destroy the universe easily. That he was a universal threat.
Yeah, but the power to destroy the universe isn't the same as being able to tank a planet exploding.
Well, the
You know what I'm saying?
Well, the thing is, even Gohan was able to take Cell's full power to the face, and he wasn't getting overcome by it. So Gohan as Super Saiyan 2 was also a universal threat.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, I don't think that the Viltrumites can compete with any of the Saiyans when they go to the Cell Saga at all. But before the Cell, like we're talking like Frieza Saga, yeah, they did. I would easily say it's the Viltrumites.
I gotta catch up on Invincible, man. I do. I'm way back.
The Viltrumites don't beat Krillin at the end of Dragon Ball Z. I'm serious. During the Buu Saga, Krillin wipes. Yamcha wipes. Y'all think I'm bugging, bro. I'm serious, bro. See, the thing is, you don't respect Krillin or Yamcha because you compare them to universal threats. He's still talking about moons.
I gotta finish Invincible, man. But I know Krillin body, bruh. I know what he was out here doing. I know he not being Omni-Man, bruh. But I could be wrong. That's my theme song, man. Another 2 from Taffy Terror. Hashtag like the stream. Hashtag BBC. Hashtag bang bang buggy gang. Thank you. Another 5 from Josie Dirts. I did tell y'all that Omen wasn't just exploding enemies and healing allies would be way too boring. Omen is Mu bending his hockey to create what he likes, fire. I like that. I like that a lot. Another 5 from Miracle Di Mayo. Hey, Larry, thanks for teaching me how to cheat. I hope your girl don't catch you either. Wow.
All right, one. I don't know why he said that. I do not cheat.
Yo, that's...
I'm a very loyal man.
That is insane.
And if I ever try to, Sebastian has seen my shorty.
Yeah, bro. You're not going to make it out.
I won't make it to the pod. And also, I'm not like that. I wouldn't want to do that. That's really,
I'm not liking that comment, bro.
That's really crazy.
I like all the super chats. I'm not liking that. That's crazy. Black men don't cheat.
Crazy. I really
Half
don't like
black
that.
men don't cheat.
He continues. Also, thank you for watching Slime. Enjoy that journey. Hashtag
Yeah.
I was just kidding. Okay. I like it
Yeah.
now.
Episode 3. I'm gonna watch it tomorrow, I think.
Another 5 from Pastor C. Would y'all rather see the Straw Hats take an L or get saved at the last second via a third party? Definitely take the L.
Yeah, take the L.
I don't want Shanks popping up. I don't want none of that. Lose. Shanks come after that, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Kill a Straw Hat. You know? Another 10 from Thugbird 2000. Hey guys, I want to take a second to appreciate what you guys do here. Lots of love all around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry, Loki takes Kaido mid-diff all day, every day, and I refuse to elaborate on that. Hashtag bang bang buggy gang. Hashtag TOPT THOT. Top thought.
I just want people to know that Kaido is still top tier, bro.
Yeah, mid-diff is wild. I can't go to mid-diff.
That's a very strong individual.
I can't say mid-diff either.
Mid-diff is wild, bro.
Lawrence, what diff you think you could take Kaido?
You can take like Lawrence can take
Yeah, because he's not gonna say he's losing.
Yeah, I'm not losing.
Yeah, so what diff you think you would have with Kaido if you beat him?
I'll say hi, Diff.
You know what? I respect it because he even said hi. I thought he was gonna say mid.
I was gonna say but then I was like, I was like, y'all gonna come at me.
But this is what I was trying to point out is that even Lawrence thinks like Kaido's a big deal. He's not easy work.
Somebody said Lawrence said Loki, Kaido, Loki over Kaido mid-diff, and he doesn't care to elaborate.
Wait, what?
Then Loki beats Kaido mid-diff and he's not elaborating.
Loki beats Kaido mid-dip? Nah. Okay.
Mid-diff is wild.
Mid-dip is crazy.
Another 5 from That Man Is Godly. This question is for the twins. How do you process the chapters and talk amongst each other? Do you ever get into heavy debates writing?
So it's never of us like writing and everything. But me and Lionel, we've gone to some heavy debate, just us two, going back and forth.
Yeah.
And but it's never us while we're writing our notes. So there's more like it was a thought, and then we start talking, and then it will evolve into this big old thing. And I'm like, how we get here? Like, how we get to
we
this
having
big
a
old
good
argument?
conversation. Next, you know, trigger happens, and we're just going at it, like, going crazy, and like it just. But honestly, I always, you should already know it's always that trigger, Marco.
Oh,
It's always Marco or Kainu. Or like, I forgot. It's like, it's always a trigger or the hockey thing. Like, it's always certain triggers that we lead back to that, and then me and Los start going at it. But me and Los don't go at it anymore because I'm on my own now. So.
Yeah, so.
Can't wait for that first debate in Lionel's new apartment.
they're not gonna bring him no food that day. They're gonna be like, yo, there's a lot of violence on
They're
there.
gonna kick me out. It's like, get out.
All right, now you guys are all here, and
Yeah,
your
let's
bladders
do
are
it.
empty. I will.
Don't say that about me. It's weird.
Don't tell me my bladder.
You don't know what my bodily functions are.
You can't pour my cereal into
We're gonna get back to the super chats, everybody. I promise. I just want to get a couple of these out because I've been sitting on for a little bit. So, the first one is again pertaining to this chapter specifically, and we had a lot of conversation about the chapter today, and a lot of stuff came up. But something that I've been thinking about, I haven't seen anybody really bring up in the community. So, basically, what happens if Imu sees the Elbaf mural? So, because we're all focused on the important part of the chapter. Imu's here. The Great One has descended onto Elbaf. The final villain is finally moving in person. And right now, Imu is actively fighting against Loki. But sitting on this island is something that might just be as dangerous to Imu as Nika himself. The Elbaf mural. Just imagine his reaction to it. The world government already treats poneglyphs like nuclear weapons. Studying them is forbidden. Reading them is enough to get an entire island erased. Ohara was destroyed because the scholars learned the name of the ancient kingdom and too much. But poneglyphs have one major limitation. Almost nobody can read them. To most people, a poneglyph is just a mysterious stone covered in ancient writing. It may contain the truth, but that truth still needs someone like Robin to unlock it. The mural is different. The mural is a visual history. You don't need to understand an ancient language to understand the broad strokes of what it is showing. A world before this one. Gods at war, the enslaved praying, the sun god appearing, fire, death, darkness, and the promise of a new morning. That is dangerous. Because if a poneglyph is a locked vault of history, the Elbaf mural is history painted on the wall for anyone to see. And look at the timing. In this arc, Robin is finally reunited with Saul. That shouldn't be random. Robin is the last survivor of Ohara, reunited with the man who saved her life, on the very island that contains the world's most important surviving visual record of forbidden history. That screams like an Ohara parallel. Robin lost the tree of knowledge once. She watched history burn in front of her as a child, and now on Elbaf, she is standing near another priceless record of the past. But this time, she is not alone. This time, Saul is alive. This time, the Straw Hats are here with her. And this time, the Sun God and the Nidhogg are walking the same battlefield. And now add Imu into that. In chapter 1181, we see Imu react completely out of character. He's not calm, he's not composed, he's extremely angry at the thought of Joy Boy. Imu's hatred of Joy Boy seems personal. This is not some political enemy from 800 years ago. This is not just an old name from the Void Century. Joy Boy clearly represents something that still gets under Imu's skin. If Imu is already losing composure over Joy Boy, what happens when Imu sees a mural that may visually depict the very history Joy Boy came from? And here's another major detail. In his fight with Loki, Imu smiled at the thought of the Nidhogg returning. Because if the Nidhogg is connected to one of the figures of the mural, and then Imu already knows pieces of what this ancient history represents, and that mural must become so much more important. What happens when the person who eliminates history comes face to face with a picture of the history he erased? The mural does not just feel like a prophecy. It feels like a record of the past and a warning about the future at the same time. Imu may not know the mural is even on Elbaf, and he didn't come here for the mural itself. But Imu clearly recognizes ancient symbols, ancient names, and ancient forces connected to this conflict. So if Joy Boy and the Nidhogg is a part of the mural's imagery, and Imu screams in anger over one and smiles at the other's return, then the mural is not just an old legend. It is connected to living history. It is connected to the war that was never truly ended. Imu is not just fighting Luffy and Loki in the present. Imu, in his mind, is fighting the return of the past. For everyone else, the mural may look like mythology. For the Giants, it may be a sacred history. For Robin, it may be a priceless clue to Void Century. But for Imu, it's a memory. The mural may show the first world, second world, and the third world. It may show the original conflict between the Sun God, the Earth God, and the forces that plunged the world into darkness. And if Imu lived through that past, then seeing the mural could trigger something that we may have never gotten before. Our first true glimpse of the Void Century. Not through a poneglyph, not through Vegapunk's broadcast, not through someone explaining history secondhand, but through Emu's perspective, remembering what really happened. Imagine the fight for Elbaf reaches the mural. Emu's already enraged. Loki's involved, the Nidhogg is being referenced, Robin and Saul are reunited, the Straw Hats are here, and then Imu sees it. For a moment, the mask slips. Because this is not just artwork, this is evidence, a visual record of the past Imu buried and the future Emu's trying to prevent. And once Imu realizes what the mural represents, I think he'll destroy it. Because that is what the world government does. O'Hara learned too much, so it burned. The Lucia had Sabo who saw too much, so it needed to disappear. The Void Century was too dangerous, so it was erased. And the Elbaf mural is seemingly the last surviving visual record of that forbidden history. That makes it even more dangerous than people realize. Like I said, a poneglyph needs a reader. The mural only needs witnesses. And it's terrifying when those witnesses include the Straw Hats, the Giants of Elbaf, Nico Robin, the final living reminder that O'Hara's will survived. This could be the moment where Robin almost loses history again. But like I said, the difference this time is she may get enough pieces. Enough to understand why the world government buried the past, enough to realize that the mural is not just telling an old story. It is a warning about the future. It's exactly what Emu's trying to stop. The mural says the sun returns and brings a new morning. That is the future Imu fears. The return of Nika, the return of Joy Boy's will, the return of the Nidhogg, the return of the truth, the return of the dawn. So if Imu sees the mural, he may destroy it. But by then, it may already be too late. So I ask again, what happens when the king of the world sees the one picture that proves his kingdom was built on a lie? I am fascinated to find out. All right, so that's the first theory. And then I created this image where it's Imu staring at the mural itself.
Wow, you should have sent it tomorrow.
I'll send. Oh yeah, I probably should have. My bad.
Can you send it right now?
Probably too late for all that. But
You got an hour.
I mean,
Because I want
let's
to see.
see.
It is interesting. It would be funny the reason why the mural has that lightning strike coming down on Yggdrasil is because Imu orders the Gorosei to bring like Uranus, like I've mentioned before, but he brings it to bring down the tree because of the mural. And that's what happens, proving the mural is actually happening in front of his face, and he's bringing it about no matter how much he's trying to change it.
You saying that he grabs Nidhogg?
No.
I'm sorry. Shoot. Okay.
Like Uranus comes through and it just rains down that lightning on Yggdrasil. The same way there's lightning coming down on Yggdrasil itself.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see that. Like, that's where I can see, but I still feel like such a really got such a great flashback. Because to me, it's like if Imu sees that,
We're
that could
guaranteed a flashback.
Yeah, like it's almost an opening to it. He's gonna reflect. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I thought that too, and I said I don't want it there because, like you said, I don't want the flashback to happen. But I actually would accept it if Oda does it the way in Go Chorizo. Remember how he flashback that mini quick flashback he had?
Guilt?
Yeah, Guild. Remember?
Guild to Sorrow.
Yeah,
Okay.
that mini quick flashback he had of certain events in his life that triggered it.
Yeah.
Like it happened so fast, but I know you said you really like because like it was so depth. You didn't get the whole story, but you got like little bits and pieces that gradually led to the end or whatever. Like if only there's a quick like him just spazzing out a little bit of seeing that, but then he just cuts it off and just starts going crazy. So we didn't get it. We got like what just still vague, but like we saw a little bit of it, but it was so vague. Like, what just happened? What did we just see?
Yeah.
I accept that, but not the whole. Like I don't
And
want
then
to
we get the full one later.
Yeah,
that'd
exactly.
be cool. But I definitely believe he will try to destroy or will destroy after he sees it. Because there's no reason for you to hold like keep that there.
Do y'all think he sees it at all? Because I feel like that was my little minor pushback myself. It was like maybe he just doesn't ever see it.
I would want him to, but I don't think Oda's gonna give let him see it.
Luffy probably gonna punch him into it.
That would be epic. That would be epic, man.
See your history.
The only issue I'm gonna have is that I really hope that Robin gets to see the mural. I think if Robin doesn't get to see the mural and then Frankie like does, then that's upsetting to me. If Frankie could somehow screenshot and then project what he saw, I would accept that. The same way we got the pony glove rubbings and accepted that.
I thought that too. Like either he could screenshot it, or didn't he say that Frankie has a photographic memory?
Yeah, he does.
If he
You
sees
think
it,
you draw it?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
could. He said he sees it because like even the
blueprints.
The blueprints to dang it, what's it called?
Pluton.
Yeah, after like Frankie burned them, but he says all the blueprints, what he read is all in here, so he could mimic it because he doesn't want.
That
to.
could very well be why Frankie was the one who saw it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like,
I
are we
hate
broadcasting that to the world then? Like, is Frankie?
He does it
recreates
through his nipples. Because he has nipple lights. So he has nipple
just
projectors.
Like, he's like, Robin, look. It's like a photo.
It's like a water boy.
What's that thing called? You like a projector. There you go. He projects.
or Vegabrook might help him do something like that. I don't know.
Lilith?
Yeah.
Yeah, could be.
Vegabrook didn't see the mural, right? We haven't seen. Well, we don't know if. I don't see how he wouldn't. But
Listen, bro, if she don't read any of those Harley tags and she don't see any of the mural, bruh, this arc is going downhill, bro. I don't care how great Rocks is, bro. That's pissing me off.
All right. Speaking of rocks, the next one is about Rocks and Roger.
Don't disrespect him, bro.
It's not disrespectful.
I'm not trying to deal with that,
It's
bro.
not
I already got
disrespectful.
an L with Loki, bro.
It's not disrespectful, but I do feel like I need to get this out.
You start disrespecting, I'm gonna ruin it, bro.
Listen, you're not gonna let me speak.
I'm not gonna let you tarnish
You're not gonna let me talk?
a great man, bro.
I'm not disrespectful to Rocks at all in here. I don't think, personally. You tell me.
Me personally.
Damn, you wrote a book.
Yeah, this one's a little long.
I mean, we got time.
We got time.
We got time.
All right, guys, like the stream if you haven't already.
Like the stream.
Sorry, I'm
Like
gonna be
the
yapping
stream.
for a little bit. Let me take a sip of water real quick before I do this.
Yeah, because those lips be smacking.
Sorry, y'all. All right, this one is evaluating threat levels. Roger and Rocks.
Are we going back to this argument?
Yes. Recently,
It's disrespect again.
it's not disrespect. Recently, we've been having debates about the threat level that Rocks D. Xebec and Gold D. Roger pose to the world government at different times in their journey. I'm here to break down the clear gap in that threat to Imu that was faced with each of these men, and why, if he could do it all again, God Valley would have gone much differently. I'll break this down across a few different areas for Roger at the end of his journey and Rocks at God Valley. And in my opinion, Roger surpassed Rocks in all of them. But let's begin with these two pirates' ambitions. Roger's ambition is often undersold in the Rocks debate. People frame Rocks wanting to become the king of the world as inherently grander than Roger wants to find the final island. But that ignores Roger's deeper goals. Roger himself told Rayleigh in their first meeting that he wanted to turn the world upside down, which already tells us that his dream was never just about sailing solely for the sake of adventure. On top of that, Roger shared another hidden dream with Whitebeard and Odin, one so profound and absurd that Luffy is later directly tied to that same dream by Shanks. Roger was not just a man chasing an island. He was a man chasing something world-altering. Laugh Tale was not the totality of his ambition. It was the road to it. Rocks' ambition was to seize the world from the top down. Roger's ambition was to overturn the world itself from its foundations. That first ambition is to be expected, and to be honest, is easier to counter. That second kind of ambition is actually harder for a regime like Imu to survive. Now, let's move on to their strength. Roger was stronger. As per Kaido, Roger made the world come to heel with his haki, in an era that saw the primes of the likes of the original Yonko, Garp, Sengoku, Shiki, etc. During his reign, he was the man, only rivaled in power by the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, and the hero of the Marines, Garp. Yes, you could have called the era before this Roxas, but that era didn't have the level of contemporaries that Rogers did. It had Herald, but as the narrator suggests in chapter 1167, the other legends of that time, such as Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, wouldn't reach their primes for another decade or two, i.e. Roger's era, which means Roger dominated in an era where those opponents were at their peak, and he did so in grand fashion. Like I always say, when every Rocks pirate met their pirating end, it's Roger they thought about. Even if Rox was stronger than Roger at God Valley, which in itself is debatable, then Roger clearly became stronger than Rox over the course of his time in the Grand Line and on his way to becoming the Pirate King. Next, Roger's wealth of knowledge. Proverbs 24:5 says, "A wise man is powerful, and with knowledge, a man increases his power." And Roger knew more. At God Valley, Roger senses Imu's haki. He sees the figure of Imu beginning to possess Saturn. In response, he says, "What grand days of adventure we live in. I still have so much to learn." And learn he did. Roger was able to make it to the final island, Laftel, where, as Rayleigh put it in chapter 507, they learned the true history of the world. Now, while Rox does seem to know much about his clan, their rightful place on the throne, the importance of Elbaf, about some specific devil fruits and the Galley Law that can assist with becoming the king of the world, he doesn't seem to know everything. Rox outright told Loki that he doesn't know who Nika is. That's such a major knowledge gap to me. Rox may have a version of the story, but he doesn't have the full scope and picture that Roger was able to uncover on Laftel. Roger's knowledge extends not just to the past, but to the future and what's to come with the next Joy Boy and Poseidon. He also took action on that knowledge, but more on that in a bit. As far as how knowledge relates to threat level, just ask the people of Ohara, Lelucia, and Egghead what kind of threat knowledge is to Imu and his regime. Next, influence. Roger was more influential. Roger imposed his will on just about everyone he interacted with, whether swashbuckling just to hang out with Shaki, convincing Garp to raise his child, or capturing the love and admiration of a future great pirate like Shanks. Whatever Roger wanted to do, he did, without restraint, during his pirating days. That charisma he carried about him is what made Odin see him in a grander light than even the Great Whitebeard. It is how he fostered a crew of true, loyal, and strong followers like Rayleigh and Gaban. The Pirate King's wings came back for him at God Valley because they were worried. Unspoken attacks from Rox ended any partnership he, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido had, while the rest of the Rox pirates quarreled amongst themselves over treasure, devil fruits, and Shaki, showing just how fragile that bond was in the first place. And, to be honest, Rox's means of gathering crewmates through Davy back fights likely didn't help him there. If that's all it took for the crew to fracture, then said crew definitely wouldn't survive an outright confrontation with the world government, no matter how strong its leader was. Rox was never able to make anyone strive to put him on the empty throne, but Roger's crewmates, just like Shanks and Luffy's after him, were all willing to die for their captain's ambitions. Roger also made friends across the world with the likes of King Neptune of Fishman Island, Gonfall from Skypiea, and the shipwright Tom, among others. That influence, among others, is a dangerous proposition. As Mihawk observed about Luffy, Roger possessed the ability to turn those around him into allies. I can't outright say this for Rox, who failed to recruit even his best friend, Harold. Now let's talk fame. Roger became the most famous person in the history of the One Piece world when he became the king of the pirates. Gold Roger became a household name, the equivalent of Michael Jackson, or dare I even say Jesus Christ, within the realm of the One Piece world. There isn't a man, woman, or child who isn't familiar with the legend of Gold D. Roger. This fame is what is so overwhelming that Imu and the Gorosei determined it necessary to hide the D in his name on his bounty to decrease the number of people who would inquire about it. Obviously, Rox was never able to reach these levels of fame as his legacy was all but erased at God Valley. That type of fame, when coupled with the aforementioned influence, knowledge, strength, and ambition, is what makes Roger so dangerous to Imu, because it's one thing to know something that the powers that be don't want you to know, and to outright challenge the world, the top of the world. But it's another to have influence to share it, to have the power to protect yourself and ensure the message is delivered. And this is where I think the debate that Larry and others in the community are having is misconstrued. Imu knew the threat level of Rox truly possessed. Imu knew the threat that Rox truly possessed with his power, knowledge, and ambitions. Rox made it very clear to him. He took several actions to remove Rox from the world as a result. Imu's threat evaluation of Rox was sound, but it wasn't sound for Roger. That's the difference. Roger essentially became everything Imu fears. Strong enough to fight back, charismatic enough to gain the necessary allies, knowledgeable enough to reveal the truths of the world that he didn't want out there, famous enough that a message from him was guaranteed to be heard, and connected enough to inspire the world, the wrong people to act, and above all, tactful enough to know when and where to share that message. Roger's speech at his execution was a global spectacle that everyone took note of. It inspired an entire generation of people to the sea and search for the One Piece, for the true history of the world. That one moment shifted the balance of power in the world so drastically that Imu and the world government had to take action. After all, look at the reactionary nature that Imu now has towards Roger. He treats Roger's bloodline the same way he treated the Davy clan. Any and all members must be snuffed out. Potential wives, potential children, Ace, everyone must go. They carry the blood of the man Imu now sees he underestimated. Because you asked Imu today if he could remove one man at God Valley. In hindsight, and knowing what he knows now, the answer would be obvious. Remove Roger from the timeline and deal with the aftermath of Rox's much too early attempts at the throne. He would have been in a much safer and more secure position if he had. So yes, Rox is goated, and yes, Imu thought of him as a true catalyst and threat. But at the end of the day, Roger had the more dangerous ambition, was stronger, more knowledgeable, more famous, more influential, and knew what to do with these gifts. The story is named after Roger's treasure for a reason. Wealth, fame, power. Gold Roger, the king of the pirates, attained this and everything else the world had to offer. But Roger didn't just attain these three things. He became the one man dangerous enough to use them all against the world itself. And in the end, he did just as he told his first mate when they met all those years ago. He turned the world upside down. All right. That's the Roger Rox threat level analysis. I will open for rebuttals, Larry, if you want. Oh, man, that was a lot of talking.
I think you just said a whole lot of garbage.
You think so?
Absolutely. Just saying whose era was stronger is completely falsified too. You only say this because you know Roger's era. You don't know Rox's era. You don't know who was sailing the seas during that time. We don't have detailed descriptions of it. But we do know that they both had the same enemy, who was Imu. And the thing is, one person fought Imu, the other person didn't. Even after they left God Valley, right? And then you tried to say that Roger knew more, which is also not definitive because we do not know, based upon what Davy's message was and all this information that Rox knew about, to the point he could literally walk into Mary Joa and see Imu for himself, where Roger has never done that. Roger had to get to the One Piece and learn who Imu was in order to even know who Nika was. So even after he found the One Piece, he still wasn't able to do anything. Mm-hmm. And the difference about their crews being built, I don't know why you keep continuing on with like, well, their crews, one would sacrifice for the captain, the other one wouldn't. Meanwhile, we saw at God Valley that the three strongest crew members on his crew recognized him as a true captain and a true friend before they thought he betrayed them through Domi Reversi. They even Whitebeard himself says, yo, do you really just see us as a hindrance? And I think that you keep bringing that up, but if that Domi Reversi never happened, that crew forms that relationship because it was built during that moment. It was built during God Valley. And another thing, you said, yo, Roger's name was suppressed after he found the One Piece. They decided to hide the D. Yo, Rox's name literally was suppressed to the point no one in the world could ever know who he truly was. And that's a much deeper suppression than Roger has ever had. We're talking about an initial compared to the man himself in the happenings and taboos that he created upon the world. And then you even go on to say, well, Roger was apparently strong enough to fight back. He was strong enough to fight back to his contemporaries. He wasn't strong enough to fight back against Imu and the world government. Yeah, he might have had a couple holy knights come through and try to take Shanks back. But did Imu ever come and try to take Shanks back? Did he ever roll up to Mary Jo and say, yo, Gorosei, let's bang out? I don't remember that happening. So, in my eyes, they suffered the same defeat. One just knew something, another one didn't. And that's where it leads to this whole Roger speaking at the execution about the One Piece and him garnering all this fame and being as famous as Jesus or Michael Jackson. One, he was never going to talk about the One Piece until somebody asked him.
That's not canon, by the way.
He literally went onto the podium, right? And he was allowed to speak. No matter what you say, if Imu really figured him to be the threat that he was, Imu would have just came down when he was locked up because he was locked up by the Marines. He could have been just transferred to Marijoa, and then he could have literally just been transformed by Domi Reversi or forced a covenant upon him. And that would have been it. But instead, he got the ability to walk towards a platform, an execution, and then speak to a massive crowd. So I don't know why we keep going back to like the most dangerous aspect between the two. The point is, if things were going to play out the way they were going to play out, Imu would have saw the future of Roger and would have saw the future of Rox. He would have deemed both of them dangerous. But what makes Rox so much more dangerous is that he knows Imu, and he knows Imu exists, and he knows Imu is there, and he could share that information to the world the same way Vegapunk just did that, sort of. I don't understand, bro. This is like a back and forth conversation. Like even the stronger, like dude couldn't even get past Whitebeard, if we being honest, and he didn't even have an era named after him because of it. I just don't understand. If you can't defeat the world government knowing what you know, and Rox knew what he knew, you're saying, well, Roger's more dangerous because he knew who Nika was? Well, Roger didn't know who Imu was the entire time of his pirating career. He only knew about Imu the last year of his pirating career. Literally. That was the only time he knew probably who Imu was. And that's us guessing that the One Piece talks about Imu. So, figuring out the poneglyphs and all that stuff, well, guess what? Rox had that at the beginning of his pirate career. I don't get it, bro. And it's not even Rox days. It's just these are facts.
It doesn't sound like you listened to what I said.
I did listen to it.
It doesn't sound like it.
I took notes.
It doesn't.
I clearly took what you said and just reversed it on you. There's no point to that.
It don't sound like you listened to what I said. But that's okay. You're gonna have to chop it up later anyway.
Brother's crazy, bro. Brother's crazy.
I have
bro.
a couple more. They're much shorter, if that makes you feel better. And they're not about rocks.
I hope
Roger.
not, because that was terrible, bro. It was literally you looking at that video I edited and put together from our conversation, and you were like, yo, let me just reiterate the same things, but with like a little bit more context. Mm-hmm. And the same points have just completely been nullified once again.
Uh-huh.
I don't understand the Rox hate. I really don't.
It's not Rox hate. I don't
really
feel like anything I said was Rox hate. I just don't get the Roger disrespect.
It's not Roger disrespect. It's just that you give Roger all of these, and this is you. You don't like definitive things, right? You're not a definitive person. But for some reason, when it comes to Roger, it's definitive. He knew that he was going to turn himself in and speak to a massive crowd and then initiate the Great Pirate Era by telling them about the One Piece. It's definitive that he was stronger, yet, like, because of his crew and the sacrifice, he was more important and more dangerous because of the knowledge that definitively, whatever the One Piece spoke about, we know nothing of what the One Piece spoke about. We just know that there's history there that is interpreted, and then we have to figure out what to do afterwards. And it involves Nika. That's it. There's nothing else. That's all we know. And then in 20 years, there's supposed to be something going on. So if anything, it's a prophecy. But we don't know exactly what it truly says. So you can't say, yo, Rox knew less than Roger just because he didn't know who Nika was. Well, Roger didn't know who Imu was until probably he went to the One Piece. And even then, that's guesswork on our part, saying that Imu's included in it.
I would assume Imu's included in the true history of the world, but I could be wrong.
We don't know that. Because
we don't know that Imu's included in the true history
because the true history of the world doesn't probably include Imu in the first world.
I said the true history of the world. That includes,
you know what I'm saying?
Probably all the world.
But we don't know any of that. And you're speaking definitively as if it does mean that. So you give Roger this pedestal while bringing Rox down.
I'm not bringing Rox down. I highlighted the things he knows. I went out of my way to highlight them. But all right, we don't gotta agree, bro. We don't. Just know.
All assumptions, bro.
It's Roger.
Okay.
All right. This one, again, is much shorter. This one sparked from something that I saw in the latest chapter before this one, or 2 chapters before, 1179. So I'll get into it. All right. What if Oda just hinted at one of the biggest developments in the final saga? And almost nobody is talking about it. Because in chapter 1179, Garling specifically refers to the former Navy HQ, not the current Navy headquarters in the New World, the former one, the old Marine headquarters, Marineford. And I think the reason Oda brings that up is that place is now simple. The reason that Oda brings that place up now is simple. I think Dragon and the Revolutionary Army have turned the former Marineford into their base of operations. And honestly, the more you think about it, the more it feels like exactly where the story is heading. Because the Revolutionary Army cannot function like some hidden shadow organization anymore. That era is over. Sabo's rise as the Flame Emperor changed everything. 8 world government allied nations have taken up the Revolutionary Army flag. The rebellion is no longer isolated. It is no longer underground. It is beginning to sprawl across the globe. And that is important because Dragon himself told us exactly what he wanted back in chapter 1097. One day, I want to raise this into a massive armed force scattered across the globe. That is Dragon's vision. Not some small rebel cell, not a movement forever stuck in the shadows, a massive armed force spread throughout the world. And now we're seeing the moment where that force is finally beginning to act like one. Because Dragon has begun to move. The revolutionaries have declared war on the Celestial Dragons. They have already started applying real pressure and sabotaging their food rations and destroying their gondolas, cutting into the systems that the Mary Joie that keep Mary Joie comfortable and secure. Revs are no longer just watching, planning, and waiting. They are actively squeezing the world government. And if more people across the globe are inspired by Sabo and looking to fight for freedom, then the revolutionaries need more than secrecy. They need a true headquarters. A place where people can actually go. A place rebels can rally to. A place for the oppressed nations of the world to point and say, that is where the fight for freedom lives now. And that's where Baltigo and Kamabaka are lacking. Baltigo made sense as a hidden revolutionary headquarters when the army still needed to operate in secrecy. But that secrecy was shattered once Blackbeard exposed it and destroyed it. And Kamabaka Kingdom works as a hidden refuge, a meeting point, or a temporary rallying ground, but it never really felt like a natural home base for a full-scale final phase for the Revolutionary Army. Not for a movement this large, not for a war this global, not for a moment where the revolution is being spread openly across the world. That kind of army needs something bigger, something bolder, and that's why Marineford makes so much sense. Strategically, it's perfect. The Marines used it as a headquarters for a reason. It sits in paradise, near the Red Line, near the center of world power, and was built to function as a military fortress. And if Dragon was a central command point for the world government movement, Marineford is one of the best possible. If Dragon wants a central command point for a worldwide movement, Marineford is one of the best possible places in the world. But the symbolism is what makes this theory hit so hard. Because Marineford is not just any fortress. It's one of the greatest symbols of world government power in the entire story. And Sengoku told us himself exactly how important it was during Blackbeard's assault 2 years ago. He says, the fortress can be rebuilt, but the island of Marineford is the hub of our world. For all the citizens of the world who fear an invasion of evildoers, this is an ominous day. But justice and righteousness will never be defeated. Don't speak lightly of sinking this island, you fiend. That is so key to this, because it tells us the Marineford was not just an important place for the Marines. It was important for the world, to the citizens, to the public image of order, to the belief that the Marines stood as the wall between people and chaos. Marineford was the physical embodiment of that promise. So if Dragon has taken over that place, then it's not just about occupying an abandoned island. This is about seizing one of the world government's greatest symbols of protection and turning its headquarters into the headquarters of revolution. That is huge. Dragon makes it even more believable because during Kuma's flashback, he says, I spent time in the Navy, and sadly, I couldn't find any of the justice they wear on their backs. That line matters because Dragon is not just some outsider attacking the system from a distance. He was once a part of it. He saw it from within. He knows the lie behind the Marines' justice. So if Dragon has now taken over the former Navy HQ, that would be the ultimate rejection of that false justice. The man who once wore that uniform, now turning the heart of Marine power into the headquarters for the world's revolution. And it gets even deeper when you remember that Dragon is Garp's son. There's a very real chance that Dragon was trained in that world and raised by Garp, the hero of Marines, and may even have intimate knowledge of Marineford's layout, better than most because of Garp's influence. This would not just be Dragon choosing a smart location. This could be Dragon reclaiming a place he knows intimately and repurposing it against the very system that failed his ideals. That's not just tactical, it's poetic. It also tells us it also may tell us exactly what the final war is going to look like. Because think about the board right now. The pirates are running rampant in the New World. If Dragon and the Revolutionary Army are occupying old Marineford headquarters in Paradise, then Marie-Joie could be caught in the middle. And that means the final war may not be some straightforward invasion. It may be the world government's worst nightmare. An attack from both sides at once. Pirates pressing from the New World, revolutionaries pressing from the Paradise. Marie-Joie trapped between the chaos of piracy and the fire of revolution as the old order collapses in every direction. So when Garling mentions former Navy HQ, I don't think that this is a throwaway dialogue at all. I think it's a breadcrumb. Because Dragon said he wanted a massive armed force scattered across the globe. And now that force is no longer waiting. It's moving. And if the new base to fan the flames of revolution is now Marineford, then the message is clear. The revolution is no longer hiding. It has moved to the center of the world, and the place that once reassured the people that marine justice would never fall may soon become the place that proves world government power is finally beginning to crumble.
How do you get these pictures?
I don't see anything, bro.
Oh, man. It's a picture of Marineford, but it's dressed in the Revolutionary Army's flags.
Yeah. You gotta show me these pictures.
I didn't send them.
No.
No.
I'll
I
send
don't
them
remember
in
these
chat.
mountains being in Marineford.
They there, bro. They there. Unless I got the new Marineford.
Who did this picture for you?
ChatGPT. What you want from me, man? I can't draw. Lido, you got me?
It will take him forever.
But what y'all think? The Revolutionary Army took over Marineford. I forgot to put the actual quote that Garling has.
The world government got to be in complete disarray for this to happen.
It kind of is, no?
I like it because it's bold. And
You're making a statement.
yeah, because like Dragon, you've been so quiet, understandably, behind the scenes, in the shadows, in the dark for so long. Then for your first major action, as in to come into the light, this is what you do, is to take over the movement. That's very, very bold. And I would like that aspect. Saying, now we're here, it's wartime or battle time, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So,
Sebastian told me a little bit before, but I always, when Sebastian called me and told me about it, I loved it so much because, like, it's just funny because there's running gags, and even now, Dragon has not been moving. But Dragon hasn't moving in the shadow, just we don't know his action. Even during the flashback, we see Dragon actually moving, but again, he's still standing there, but you see him doing something. So showing that, even though Dragon was standing there all the time, Dragon's actually making movements, doing chess pieces. Again, this is a chess game with the world government. You have to play chess with them. You can't just go out and attack them. It's stupid. That's how you fail. But if you start picking and choosing where to attack here, you'll win the chess game. And that's what Dragon was doing. And now he's got the big chess piece right now. I don't know what chess piece will be, the world government, old headquarters compared to chess. But, like, again, it's a big move that's showing that you're getting closer to your end goal. And that's what I did like about it.
Mm-hmm. I have one more, but I don't know if you want to just go to Super Chats.
Yeah, because we have break week next week.
Yeah,
no
so I'll save this one. I didn't realize we had break week next week. I didn't realize that. I probably would have saved the last two for that then.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
I only found out. I don't know
So
if
you
you
gotta read it on Viz.com, bro.
I ain't know that.
It be there for 2 weeks.
I ain't know that. But yeah, I'll save this one. It's not super pressing. It's the one that I told you guys about with Carly.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, yeah, let's get the Super Chats, guys. Sorry, I was yapping for a little bit. I've been sitting on a couple of those for a minute. I just wanted to get them out. Larry, I hope you have fun editing all of that. You don't got to prioritize the rocks one. Trust me. It's cool. All right. Like the stream, guys, if you haven't already. It does help with the YouTube algorithm. We're trying to get to 2,000 likes. All right. We got 5 from Xavier O'Dilly. It says, Subtopped at Larry. Thanks for the live stream. Reaction, visible hockey. I meant during fighting, we usually see hockey cracking when charging up for a fight or a big move. He continues, with Imu, only Omen have crackles, never his body till he gets mad at Joy Boy, then we see it. Most Omen explosions have Haki lightning crackles in panels. Continues again. With the clash with Ragnar, there's no crackles from Imu Omen, only from Ragnar. I think the space is flat because the hammer is flat. Fists make round spacing.
It would just mean that Imu is using just enough Haki, Conquerors-wise, to match Loki's. That's it. So there isn't really a clash, especially since he's blocking, and it doesn't look like he's pushing back against Loki. That's also a difference. It has to be two people pushing towards each other.
Okay. Another 10 from Regal Sloth. Don't know if it's confirmed this is Imu's real body or what his actual color scheme is, but I think his current body is a possession, and I think it might be the last king of the Lunarians. I think about that.
He took his own people out?
I already said I didn't like the idea that Imu was just Naraku. That would give me very much Naraku vibes. But
yeah,
I like the idea of like Lunarians being so like valuable to him in that way that he would do it. But I think I might just like the fact that he is a Lunarian and did his thing better. But that could be the case. Another 5 from Wise Life. I think Blackbeard's lack of Haki can be an avenue for him to get Maki like Imu. Is Yami connected to Maki? Does Shamrock and Garling use it too? Hashtag Maki Chuckers. The Maki term is so funny to me.
what is Maki?
It's the dark evil Maki. That's what they call it. Apparently, that's what Omen's kanji read as or translates to. Or it's another way to translate that. Yeah.
Haki, Maki.
The question about whether Shamrock and Garling use this dark Omen level or Omen type Haki, I don't know. I don't know if I would like anybody but Imu using it.
Yeah, I think
be honest.
Imu is the only one because of his Devil Fruit.
Another 5 from Way the Asian. Hope y'all have been doing well and y'all looking fresh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm sweaty, bro. It's hot in here. Another 5 from Herbert Martin. Why does Oda keep mentioning Imu's flames? What if the Mother Flame belonged to Joy Boy, and if Luffy has to defeat Imu, he needs to reunite with the flame? There was a theory we got a little bit ago about the One Piece being like the house of the Mother Flame itself, and Luffy needing to eat it to have eternal energy to be able to stay in Nika form for as long as he needs to. I don't know if I like it, but it reminded me of it with this super chat.
I mean, Imu has the Mother Flame in his basement. I would figure that he would just go down there and just touch it.
He got some. He don't got the actual Mother Flame, right?
No, that was the Mother Flame.
No, Vegapunks have to recreate it for him. Like it's like a version of it. You know what I'm saying? Like
So the piece of the Mother Flame was stolen from what Vegapunk said. But that flame looks exactly like the flame that's in Mary Jo.
maybe I'm tripping, but to my understanding, they can't just continually use this ability, like the ancient weapons or whatever, because they can't, like they don't have the Mother Flame. They were asking Vegapunk to create one so that they could power their stuff 24/7. And like it's going, like that's why they would prioritize saving it, and like we'll sacrifice all this stuff if we could just get the Mother Flame, because they just don't have it. If they had it, then things would be going much smoother for Emo. Like they needed Vegapunk to create it. You know what I'm saying? Like, am I tripping? Am I tripping? Like that's a fraction of it or whatever. But like even the fraction of it that Vegapunk had created is just like it's a replica. Like it's Vegapunk's rendition of what existed in the past. And they don't have pure access to it all the time. And that's probably not enough to power what they need to do. You know?
Yeah, but I'm pretty. You're not wrong, because yeah, they need. That's what if they got a piece of it. York gave them to him as trying to become the uncle. But after Egghead, I'm pretty sure they acquired it then. Though.
But what I'm saying, even Vegapunk's version of Mother Flame is not like.
It's not the true.
It's not the true Mother Flame.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just his creation to replicate it.
It's not the ancient energy that they're talking
exactly.
about. Yeah, but to me, the Mother Flame is his. The ancient energy is something else.
Right. So
I get what you mean. Yeah.
In this context, the original Mother Flame is the ancient energy or whatever.
Okay.
Ancient energy source. Like,
I guess I just don't know how big the original Mother Flame that Vegapunk created before it was a piece stolen from it. Because this is definitely like the same side, though.
No, I think that's the one that acquired Egghead.
But even then, that's in my vision, and maybe I'm just wilding. My vision is that whatever they have in the Ancient Kingdom dwarfs that.
Well, yeah,
like,
for sure.
Like some crazy, and that's what Emu's trying to have Vegapunk recreate.
No, for sure.
All right, we got another 10.
But like, you don't think that Emu could just like touch this flame and just receive like a crazy amp boost.
Sure, but
That's what I'm saying.
Will it
It's not like York can't just make more and then he could just.
I don't think York. Y'all
flames.
think so much of York. Y'all have this vision of York, bro.
Well, York is just a personality trait.
Yeah.
But the smarts and all that stuff is still there.
But what I'm saying is Vegapunk, even when he had all of his people working on this thing, created the version of it that was able to let them do the Lucia thing one time. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can't just recreate this and mass produce it and use it like, it can't be done.
I feel like we're looking at this mother flame like as if it's not like a big bowl of chicken or ribs. And like, York just took one rib.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I feel like we're looking at. Ultimately, that one rib did what it did to the island.
But Imu wants
There's still mad ribs,
Imu wants the chicken factory. That's what the Mother Flame, the OG Mother Flame is. I can mass produce chicken. You giving me a rib, you giving me a leg, you giving me a thigh. I want to mass produce the chicken whenever I want. I want spam chicken. Anyway, another 10 from Joke Glassman.
He's like, that and toxic Latinos. That's what I want.
From Joe Glassman, it says, "Hey y'all, first time donating. I'm a long-time Spotify listener.
Thank you, brother.
What are your thoughts on the reverse Marineford where the Straw Hat Pirates and the Sword saved Garp from the Blackbeard Pirates? Love y'all. Keep it up."
Save Garp from the Blackbeard Pirates.
Because they have Blackbeard, so that low key. That feels like this is gonna sound crazy. That feels like a filler arc at this point.
What, Garp?
Saving Garp from the Blackbeard Pirates. Like we just got bigger fish to fry right now.
So you're saying
we just do.
They're saying Sword and Marines Sword and
the Straw Hats together.
That's what I don't know if Luffy's going to do it. Like, if he hears about it, would he go? Because we know he would go for aces and stuff like that, but Garp, I don't know. I feel like it's different with his grandpa. I don't know if Luffy would for Garp.
I don't know either.
I thought it was Dragon's gonna do it.
Dragon?
I think that's more poetic even.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Another 5 from Sleeping Cavendish. What's a worse take, Zoro over Loki or Garling scarring Whitebeard, or the twins versus the 100 list? We all got L's, guys. We all got L's.
I'm gonna be real with you. It's Garling scarring Whitebeard.
Yeah.
It's the only one that's still possible.
It's not what?
The only one that's
It's
still
not
possible.
possible.
It's the only one that's still possible.
It's not.
It's the twins.
I agree.
It's the twins,
It's the twins. Because it's like it's multiple entries. Like it's multiple things. One.
Listen, Sebastian was definitely bugging by a lot, but like nothing compares to the twins on that pod, bro. I'm sorry. That was the one time I truly lost faith in like the twins. I looked at them and I was like, I don't know what's being said right now. Like, y'all gotta understand, Katakuri
bro,
was a main force in that top 30, bro. Like, he was being admirals in the twins' minds, bro.
Don't say twins. That was specifically Lionel.
Oh, was it?
Don't include Lawrence. Didn't say that.
I thought he said it.
Lawrence had the hundreds. Lawrence had all the Ryuma. He had some wild stuff going on too.
Yeah.
Rayleigh over rocks. There's a lot going on with Lawrence too.
There's a Gabon over the rocks.
Well, I ain't gonna put the cat love on Lawrence. We had Odin swapping away a
Bajranga. Yeah, there was a lot, bro. I'm sorry. It was bad, bro. It was bad.
My head hurts.
If you're saying it's still possible for Garling to scar Whitebeard.
Not in God Valley, but in general.
Yeah. To me, there's no way I can't say it's not possible for Gabon and Ray to have critical mass hockey.
Or me to say that Katatari could be an animal.
I think with Sebastian's is just that Sebastian's was he wouldn't accept facts. Like, we would show him that there was a scar on Whitebeard's chest after God Valley. And he was like, nah, it could still happen on God Valley.
I accepted it didn't happen
But then
on
we
God Valley.
saw God Valley, and it wasn't on God Valley because we saw that Wano Whitebeard didn't have the scar. And he was like, nah, it could still happen. And then he create massive theories on it.
Yeah, I'll be listening.
But also, too, remember, to me, it's like they base it off the conversation that Whitebeard and Shanks have, but to me, it's clearly now it's just stand out that he was clearly Whitebeard was clearly talking about Roger because Shanks was on Roger's crew, and we didn't see Shanks till this day. We still don't even know if Garling and Whitebeard know each other. To this day, we still know.
I just, I just think that my take does come down to just hockey. That's really what it is. I just thought that, Zoro's hockey can outmatch whatever Loki is doing. And I still think it's extreme div.
Tripping.
The twins were just irrational. Like, there's no logic behind what the twins were saying.
There's
wasn't, bro.
There's logic between the guys.
We got 15 minutes.
Argument between
Yo,
Cat
our
and
community
Aaron.
literally looked at us like, there's no way the twins think this way. Like, for the first time on the pod, they thought this way about y'all. And it was that bad, bro.
It was wild, bro.
And then Lionel said the N-word. There was a lot happening,
We got 15
bro.
minutes, bro. We all take L's sometimes.
Yeah, we do take
He
L's.
continues, hashtag Larmu Solar Flare, hashtag Sebi Webby Uppies, hashtag Horse Beater, law,
Did you see the
hashtag
beginning of the stream?
Lionel's immune system.
Did you see the beginning of the live stream that I was doing with the chapter?
Yeah, I was like, what are you doing? I was just thinking, what is Larry doing, bro? What the heck is going on?
Lawrence, I opened up the stream and I didn't say nothing for like 2 minutes, and I was just like this, just straining myself, bro.
Like doing a solar flare.
Yeah, with no hat on, bro.
I was,
Greatest opening ever to a stream.
I was like, yo, we're going to bless a blood vessel or something, bro.
You were like straining?
I don't know. It
was.
looked like he was. I don't know if he actually was or not.
You too old for that, bro.
No, I'm not.
We got another 2 from Josie Dirts. If Imu is the oldest being, would Ragnar be second? Probably, right? Or I guess maybe Emeth was? I don't know. No, Ragnar would be older than Emeth.
I just think that the devil fruits are gonna be whatever age they are.
Yeah.
Another 5 from Diamond Life. Do you think we'll ever get a I don't need your help, I'm Whitebeard moment during Marineford from another character? If so, who?
Loki versus Imu.
Yeah, I was thinking it would be Loki.
Yeah.
He's the most prideful / strong enough to be impactful, but
I mean, he already accepted help with Luffy beating Imu. So it's like a both to the degree.
honestly, no, we're not going to get another one. Another 7 months at Nakama status. Omen translates to Maki from DR Paid. Yeah, we went over a little bit earlier. Another 10 from Slurpma. Hope y'all had a good day. I think Imu's true power is indifference / apathy. And Omen is hatred that takes forms on how we humans enact hatred on others, and why Oda keeps displaying the power of love. Interesting. It's an interesting take. I like the apathy angle. Another 2 from Your Lips Are Crispy Bud. Seb, the type to argue the Quake fruit over Omen. Nah.
Oh, good. I'm so happy.
Nah, but chill out, bro. Another 5 from Captain Nika. What's up, Top? Omen / Maki is the dark side of hockey. Yeah, the Dark Hado is how I refer to it. Also, go follow Captain Nika. I'm supposed to go live with him on Friday, man. Should be a dope time. I'm going to be ranting about Sabo again. Another 5 from I'm Hot Cover Up. What? What if Imu, Joy Boy, and Davy Jones were brothers like Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, but their ideology differed, and that's what caused the Void War? That would be pretty cool. It would be Lionel's like a theory about Dragon, Rocks, and Roger, I think, or whatever, but moved up. Well, Garp. Not Dragon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my bad.
What?
Not Garp. Yeah. That would be pretty cool. I would like that. Which one is which? I guess Luffy has to be.
Yeah, Roger.
Joy Boy, right?
Yeah, Luffy, Joy Boy.
Who would be Davy Jones? Ace? No, I'm saying who would be the.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. Another 10 from TK Tite. I think Dami works just like a Genjutsu. If you have a tailed beast, or in case Zoan, or more precisely, mythical Zoan, whose soul resonates in you, Dami Versi can't work on you. I like the resonation part just because it reminded me of my theory, but I think it's too simple an answer. The Devil Fruit thing. So. Another 5 from Your Lips says, when you really think about it, Zoro hesitated against Imu because he realized for the first time in his life he was going to get blacked. Aye, bruh.
Okay.
Yeah, wow, bruh. Another 5 from TK Tite. I love y'all. Used to be on Larry's side on a lot of takes until 2025, but and beginning worst in 2026. Seb been taking W's for a year now. Larry let go of rocks. Hey man, we all it's a roller coaster, bro. Another 2 from Nico. I think Loki is using Advanced Conqueror's hockey not stacked with ACOG. Advanced Conqueror's coding. Maybe. Advanced Armament hockey, I think. Another 10 from TKTT. Larry, if Imu is making his hockey weaker to fight them, then why did he one-shot literally everyone except Loki? You can't downplay Loki just because you want Imu is stronger. But Loki is way stronger than Zoro.
I said it before. Imu playing with his food.
Another 5. Memberships from Polska Bandit. Welcome. Thank you. And throw the Knockman fist up. Another 5 from Regal Sloth. Could be a step above a Conqueror's hockey clash. We are talking about a divine weapon with ancient giants Conqueror's hockey versus number 1 in the verse. Yeah. I mean, Imu is top 1 right now. Another 2 from Guts. Blackbeard. Imu is blocking, so why would it be the same? Yeah, we got into the blocking versus a clashing and conversation earlier. Another 5 from TK. Larry, how is it extreme diff between Zoro and Loki if Zoro attack power doesn't even compare to Imu's attack power and Loki keeps getting back up from Imu's?
Because Loki has better durability and endurance than Zoro.
They're saying that if that's the case, he can't replicate Imu's power and Loki's already surviving it and getting back up. So then Zoro can't match it. So how would it go to stream?
Because it's not power based, it's just durability and endurance based. They're both getting no diffed. At the end of the day, one just keeps getting back up while the other doesn't. So that's the reason why Zoro doesn't go back for another attack. If he did get back up, he'd just do it again.
Never mind. Another 5 from Gerardo Luna. Shanks is never shown to beat Mihawk, and there's no evidence he got stronger after losing his arm. So there's some hypocrisy here. Or hypocrisy where?
If you think somebody just stayed 12 plus years, the same strength, and okay.
Yeah, how you view Loki? Because he clearly beat Loki in the fight, to our knowledge, they said.
Another 2 from Usopp's Nose. Larry said Blackbeard is his favorite voice actor. Did you? I mean, his voice actor's pretty dope.
One of my favorites.
I feel like he does.
I told y'all not to say that.
He does the voice pretty well, man. Another 5 from Inferno Knight. Is Imu a better written villain than Madara and Yhwach from Bleach?
No.
That's too early to say.
Yeah,
it's too early to say. I thought what I do know of Madara, he was pretty well written. Yeah.
We got a loud chat still.
Yeah. Another 10 from Polarize. Mihawk stocks are memed on, but Oda seriously is going to cook with this man. People who are so obsessed with feats instead of portrayal and narrative will be very surprised when he shows why he's the world's strongest swordsman. Probably, yeah. I got high expectations from Mihawk.
I hate when people are like, yo, this is the best chef in the world, and then they cook a burnt steak. And it's like, nah, you can't judge him on that burnt steak, yo. You gotta believe through narrative he's the best chef in the world, yo.
Another 5 from Slumber Wonders. What's up? What if Shanks Mihawk was considered a draw because Shanks kept regenning and Mihawk eventually tired, leading it to be considered a draw? That would be whack.
Yeah.
And Shanks didn't show that he had those covenant powers. So.
Yeah. Another 5 from Josie Dirts. Imagine if Emu/Joy Boy were 2 of 5 siblings, Emu being the first and Go-Mu being the 5th. Maybe their mom was wildin' with different races like Big Mom. Okay. Emu and Joy Boy are brothers.
Some women slander?
Okay. Another 2 from Josie. Emu got even uglier with no crown on in the flashback. You didn't even see him. You can't even see him. Another 2 from the Grim Raider. Just to make Larry mad, men marked by flames? Question mark?
Oh my God.
Another 2 from DJ. Emu about to be off screen by a YN. Wow. Another 5 from NYC Anime Nerd. In Viz Japanese official chapter, it says Maki Omen in one text bubble versus others where it just says Omen in the bubbles. Hashtag Domi Mommies, hashtag Larry, hashtag crack, hashtag fire with a heart emoji. Thank you, nerd. Another 5 from Morningstar. I'm so scared of what the shipping community will do to Joy Boy and Emu. Crying and laughing emojis. Ah, man. Another 11 months at Knock Mustache from Islips. Still don't excuse the Rocks take. I don't know what that's in reference to, but word. Another 41 months at Nakama status from Mr. Prince. Law really leveled up his chapter breakdowns. Hashtag hockey bloom. Yeah, he's taking
he really
notes,
did.
man. Taking notes.
I told him to take notes a minute ago.
Thank you.
Another 10 from Asher Jones. First time super chatting. Welcome. This pod really a highlight of my week. Twins were spin. Everybody sub to TOPT Larry and excited for the DDT later this week.
Oh, thank you.
Hashtag
Thank you,
Larry
thank you,
tax.
thank you,
Yeah,
thank
man.
you.
DDT's coming back. Another 5 from Necro Death. Let's hear your best hee-hee. I'm not doing it.
I did it earlier. So.
Another 10 from Jabby. I'm a little confused by the silhouette. I'm assuming the one further out is Imu and the one closer to the pointy head like Don Chinchao and looks like the third eye above with a nose too.
Bro, you would do so bad at that when they say, what does this
What
look
does this
like?
look like? Yeah, what?
Like those ink paintings.
The pointy head was
what?
the straw hat.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't
You
know.
might want to get checked out, bro.
I don't know about that one though. The other 2 from Bellisness. Yo, Larry still thinks Zoro is over equal to Loki. He answered that earlier.
No.
Another 2 from Zoro Top 1. Nidhogg is Emu's pet dragon from the first world.
No.
I don't see that, but okay. Then 5 from Guts Blackbeard. When Imu says "thou art back" about Nidhogg, I thought he was saying acknowledging Nidhogg's power, like, "Oh, you really back." How did y'all look at it? We kind of went over this a little bit
Yeah,
earlier.
we went over it.
So sorry, but tune back in for that. Another 5 from Grilly Skills. We finally about to see a serious Gear 5. I think Luffy pushes Imu to the limit, so it's a slight moral win for them, but they know what's up.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe. Another 2 from Christopher M. What's your favorite banquet at the end of an arc? Oh.
Alabasta was cool.
My mind went to Alabasta immediately.
Because I feel like they dabbled into more of what they were doing instead of just a silhouette of the party.
Because Larry said Alabasta, I'm going to go with Thriller Bark because I really did love the moment between Luffy and Brooke. And the
Yeah.
fact that
Oh,
nothing
yeah,
happened
Thriller
was
Bark.
like highlighted,
Thriller Bark,
you know,
yes.
that way.
Thriller Bark, yes.
Another 2 from Chris Cook Live. Why hasn't Shanks been called? That's his territory. Yo, so I have a video on this a while back. Elbaf, not Shanks' territory.
Yeah.
The flag ain't there.
Yeah.
Shanks' flag is nowhere to be found. Like, it's just not his territory. He's cool with these people, but it's not his territory.
Yeah, they're trying to feel themselves strong enough to protect themselves.
Yeah. Another 5 from St. Louis. I'm late, but I had to pop in. Yo, right! Yo, right!
We ain't got time, bro, but
Yo, but that see what Larry just did is what I did last week, but I was gaslighting and triggering. Right?
you kept
Whoa.
coming
Nah.
at him. You kept coming. We ain't
First
got
of all,
time, Lawrence.
I'm not going on. I said the Giants view themselves. I didn't say they were. I said they view themselves. There's a big difference there, all right?
All right.
I ain't changed nothing.
Another $5 from St. Louis. I'm late, but I had to pop in and check out Larry. I heard they're spinning for Meg and hunting down light-skinned Nika's out here. Hashtag stay faithful. Terrible.
She talk about cheating in all her songs, bro, and now she get cheating on. Now she complaining.
Ain't she
Meanwhile, she was sleeping around all the time.
All right.
Free Tory.
All right.
What is going on?
All right, we got another 5 from Jaden Rude. Lawrence said he got a PP, them drink 16 ounces of animal tears while waiting on the bathroom. That was a lie. What? Another 7, a Canadian from Type Vontae. Seb, I hate to say it, but Larry's correct. Krillin clears out respect on Big Krillin's name. He beats all the Viltrumites. Another 19 months at Nakama status from Creator Keon. I see Chopper coming in clutch against Emu's Omen. Maybe. Another 5 from Asher Jones. Speed Racer gun carried destroying that planet and took 3 Viltrumites. Also, black hole scene does not happen in the comics. Okay. Another 2 from Kobe, from Dior Paid. Could Kobe beat Lucci? What diff? I got Lucci.
Lucci.
Yeah. Kyber Corporate became a Yako. Welcome. Another 2 from Mr. Friday. Emu destroying the tree or Elbaf is Ragnarok. That'd be pretty cool, I guess.
Kobe versus Queen, though.
All right, Larry.
I don't. Another 5 from Dexy. For the Twins, with so many biblical references so far, is there anything y'all look forward to seeing that hasn't been referenced yet? Love the pod.
So we don't have a lot of time, but I don't know yet. I have to think about it.
Another 5 from Reynaldo Robert. Larry, a couple weeks ago, you talked about Gamaron, which I love. Did you?
I think he's talking about Lawrence.
Oh. Damn. But have you read a manhwa called Aries? I think y'all would enjoy hashtag Let's Go Knicks, hashtag LO greater than Zoe. Yeah, read Gameron, yo. I haven't checked out Aries. I'll check it out. If it's similar to Gameron, that would be great.
Yeah.
Larry, I need you to read Gameron, bro.
Do it.
I need it. Number 5 from Super Saiyan Senpai. When Rayleigh said Roger Pirates learned the entire history of the world, how would Rox have known more with clear gaps in his knowledge? That's what I questioned, but people disagree. Another 2 from Guts. Who y'all got? Loki versus Akainu? Right now it's looking like Big Loki. Dog.
It's Loki.
I'm just
Loki,
real.
Orin said that so stern.
I love me some Akainu. Was looking like Big Loki. Another 10 from Polarized. I thinking Rox is greater than Roger in Danger is crazy. Even if you want to say he wasn't for most of his life, the second Roger became the Pirate King, he became something more than Rox ever was or could be. I agree. Another 5 from Super Saiyan Senpai. To Larry specifically, I'm sure you've heard the phrase "iron sharpens iron," meaning you get stronger. You must surpass your rival. Keep going to surpass. Okay. Another 5 from Regal Sloth. I'm curious, what would be the proof in the pudding for you, Larry, to say Roger was more dangerous, i.e., Rox unchallenged in his era or lapse in knowledge?
To have prepared certain things in order to topple Imu. That's the only way, because he couldn't do it himself. Rox didn't do that.
Okay. Another 2 from Vince Smoke Chino. Sorry. What if Imu doesn't know what the One Piece is? He probably doesn't.
That'd be so funny.
Another 5 from at all, like its existence, like his
No, he knows it exists, but he's like, I don't know what it is.
I don't think he knows.
He's trying to stop people from going there, but he doesn't
I
know
don't
what it
think
is
he
himself.
knows. I think he's terrible. I don't think he knows. Another 5 from Way the Asian. Who would y'all retake? Would y'all do a retake on the top 30? Hashtag mad speculation. Hashtag he was always on the ship. Hashtag Larry Tex.
Yeah, we would just have to reinforce the rules and make sure everybody does their job before they come. That's it. And if not, we have to adjust to them. And that's it.
Another 2 from Davide. Since it came up, what diff is Kaido versus Loki? I'm going to stream.
Kaido Extreme.
Yeah. Another 5 from Reggie J. Hey guys, how are y'all? You rocking with reincarnated into a slime, Larry? Hashtag topped.
I mean, I'm only 2 episodes in. Mad that my boy Valdora ain't really existing right now. So, we'll see. Episode 3 tomorrow, I think.
All right. That's all the soups. Jeez.
Yeah, thank you, Seb, for reading all those. Guys, thank you so much for being here. It was a 4-hour pod. Probably not going to have a 4-hour pod for another time unless it's like really, really, really important and Marv allows. So I will give you guys a heads up on that. But overall, thank you so much for all the likes and the super chats. I'm so sorry we took so much time to read out the super chats at the end. One Piece break week tomorrow. So that means, you know what I'm saying? Come with your questions. Come with whatever you want to come with. You could talk to us. Hopefully we get to some Discord calls. If not, we are going live tomorrow.
5:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
And then I believe Sebastian's doing his gauntlet for the DDT. So we'll be doing that. But other than that, thank you, Marv, for another episode. And we will see you guys later. Other than that, my name is Larry.
Law.
I know.
Seb!
And this is TOPT. Jada!